Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's got to register the game here when we tab over. But we are going to be doing more goblins. But first, more importantly, drink. Drink mix. It's been added. Okay. Also, lest we forget. Oh wait, let's open it next to the mic. Sour. That is Warhead's flavor. Alright. So, last episode, we did end up getting kind of a few modifiers towards the very end for reduced military goods cost. And let's see if we can find these modifiers in our modifiers tab. What a weird looking flag. Okay. Let's see if we can find these in our minus military goods tab. We almost never come in here because generally we know other places to find modifiers to look at. But here we are because we want to see the full shebang, the full thing, and we have minus 75 already? Jesus. We have minus 75% military goods cost. So normally the most expensive thing about running a military, the wages are almost nothing, and the military goods are really expensive. This is from our company, the Advanced Munitions Conglomerate here. This is from the armed forces here, which our armed forces are powerful, and they are happy, and they are giving us minus 30%. This is from our tech, which is our unique Goblin Tide, Roll Tide, and this timed modifiers is from our Arcana card, which we have slotted in. So I was under the impression we were at like minus 55%. I don't know which ones I had forgotten, but we're at a full minus 75%. So the military-industrial Gobbo complex, the Gobbo military-industrial complex, we're about to pop off in this bizzle. There are a few more modifiers that we can look to get, like the getting. Do we have the Arcana card? Are we sure? Yeah, we do. There are a few more modifiers that we could get. Namely, the big one being that we can go on to peasant levies. There's another source. What's the other source? This would give us minus 10 military goods cost, minus 10% military goods cost. What is... I know there's one more source here. And I just can't remember it currently. To add to this minus 75% military goods cost. Hey Nasser, how's it going? I've been bashing your head over and over again against Japan in Vic 3, trying to get the formula for early game. The formula's kind of letting them open you up, like a coconut, and then probably finding a way to trigger corn laws. And the way to trigger corn laws is probably what we did actually in this run, which is mobilizing, setting this to, let's see, Hussars. Setting this to Hussars, that way it only has grain input. Absolutely maxing out the conscripts in some war, and then just mobilizing them all to get to trigger the corn laws, and then go laissez-faire. How to get it consistently before 1840? So you have to get opened up earlier for this to be preferable. But I think that you probably don't even need trade routes as Japan in order to trigger corn laws. You probably just need to have the edict to make sure that you have max conscripts for enlistment efforts, and then literally just find a war and conscript up like infinite Hussars. That way the only extra good you're paying for is the grain, and in this way you can significantly increase it. Oh, you made a guide on Reddit on how to get corn laws consistently before 1840. Yeah. That'll do it. We might do that in the Jewish Japan run. The trigger the corn laws super early. I'm not sure how much we want to lean into. Oh, yuck. We're not getting that going. But I think that we could. So here's the. So we can dramatically expand the military. The problem is if we move off of mass conscription onto peasant levies, to get the minus 10% mill goods cost, then we actually can't have as big a military, because we will be gated in other ways. But we currently don't have a Rev brewing, so let's start. Oh wait, we do have a Rev brewing. Just kidding. The secessionist Rev. All right, so I think we will continue on our merry way here. But hey, Amir, I think I said it. Hello already. But we are on the lookout for the last of the modifiers. I just can't, for the life of me, remember. So we have the company. We have the tech. We have the IG. The IG is going to be, like, the least consistent, but here we have it, above 10. Or sorry, above 20, what is it, not legitimacy, clout. Yeah, unfortunately we can't really clean these up too well yet. So that one's gonna be clean eventually. Let's also give them chocolate and liquor. Okay, we have 2 wars brewing, and that is a big one between Ravik and Demonia, kind of 2 of the bigger ones. Both looking to, like, absolutely cripple each other. Interesting. Both of them are cocky going into this. Running kind of a negative balance. I think we're in fine shape. Can't remember exactly where we left off last episode, but it does appear that we conquered some place that had a whole bunch of radicals. We're getting rid of those radicals as SOL comes up. I believe we, did this at the end of last episode. And now we're incorporating it, and the idea is there was a particularly good company there, and so that we want to kind of dedicate our slot there. That makes sense. Alright. We have a lot of infamy reduction against unrecognized powers, and we can try and get more here coming in if we go colonization as our next principle. We have another 15% to get from our principal group. That's where it is. So beekeeping hive, potion distilleries, trappers lodge. A lot of PMs to review here, which happens quite frequently. Let's make sure it's on all buildings everywhere, all at once. And look to shift over some of these things. So the thing is, traditional patronage has a lower average wage than the other ones, so in theory they will actually make more money. So if you just care about how much money they make, that's the one to do. We could look to put in floating frame buildings here sometime soon. Exotic tapestries for the magic carpet ride. Yeah, let's do these. And then this uses paper to make more monster essence. I think we're okay with that. But here's the distilleries. Oh, enchanted bottles. That's labor saving. But I think we're down with the ectoplasm thing. Baby, you know me. I don't think we have very many airship PMs kind of going yet. If I recall correctly. We could see kind of by how much cloud silver we have, but I don't think we're going to have a lot of cloud silver. Yeah, we have basically 0 cloud silver. I do think we want to get on it, so let's see what our cloud silver looks like. So cloud silver is kind of like the airship oriented stuff. We see we don't have very much of it. Why don't we put another 10 of those, or so of these in the queue, and then let's take a look at the railways. Just build military and conquer GDP. We're going to do that. Are you saying the strategy for Japan? Kind of. Let's see, this adds up to 9, 10, so... Looks like we could just send Red Rover these right over. And then why don't we add 10 here and just get a more unified stack size. And then we have another 7, so we could send 6 of them over to these guys. We're just looking to clean this up a little bit, so we'll have 2 20-size stacks. And then this last, just one guy, we can just merge with the 80. Something like this. Looks like that guy might be housed over there. I think that's probably fine enough that we have one guy sitting over there. Make sure we upgrade everyone. We only pay a quarter of the military goods cost. Oh, we didn't even get involved in the Ravik, this thing. Should we have? Probably. I was distracted by other things. A lot of this is coming down quite quickly. I think that's because we're increasing SOL over here pretty quick. Except we aren't, because the shipyard hasn't been built yet. It's kind of a bit of a yikes. Let's take a look at adventurer coverage. Unfortunately, we can't sort by that. So we're going to look to resolve negative adventurer coverage where we can, which is going to significantly increase SOL. I think we'll need 2 there. Losing a little bit of money. We do have to start thinking about where it is we want to expand next. I suppose we could go for these guys and just subjugate them, and that'll maybe make some sense. Speaking of subjects, let's take a look. Let's reduce these guys' autonomy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Forgot we have to do it in the other user interface. We don't want to spend infamy. And then this is going to cost us 10 or 11, so we just have to decay down a little bit. No one's going to join them, it looks like. And that should be easy enough for us to manage. Let's take a look at our budget here. And we have goods for military buildings is significantly less than military wages here. What is this war, man? Oh, it's Rev. We probably should have a small stack. Oh, this is kind of our small stack. This is the stack we would want for that. The good old little 6 stack. Let me demobilize these. We're dealing with revs. But we just want to build more military more of the time. And still considering how exactly we're going to handle. Okay, so here's the thing. We could either go colonial offices, which I think is correct, or we could go for the thing that's going to give us the minus mil goods cost in a little bit more an expedient sort of way. This one feels correct. This one is, of course, the idea of the run. I think we'll have enough time to do both, so let's just go this one. I think that does refund. We can't afford another institution quite yet, actually. Let's take a look at where we have some negative tax. Now, in Corta, we are going to have really bad construction efficiency. So we're going to ignore that, and we're going to build primarily where we have incorporation. The capital is going to be a nice place, too. So let's do some of that. It's at the back of the queue, so we're not going to hit it anytime soon, but as soon as we see this go to 13, we are going to protectorate these guys here. I believe they're goblins. So that works for us. We have been expanding quite steadily here. We are trying to get these guys diplomatically, which not really sure how good this is going. We can try and get investment rights on them though now, which is going to be good. So let's ask for it. Now, why can't we? We already have Power Bloc Embassy. Right, so let's get investment rights on them. They're currently at minus 50. Let's take a look at why the leverage is what it is. Primary culture with low acceptance. Do you really have low acceptance, my guy? Dale's Tug Rule. It's Goblin Heritage, Emperor Marbles. Oh, this guy's not long for this world. He's got some kidney stones. That's unfortunate because he is cautious. But I believe that we have Goblin Heritage as well. So maybe we have to end up going a little bit more multiculturally oriented, which will really upset some people. We don't have really, I think, a big enough movement to make passing that kind of easy. We have a huge pop problem, or we have the problem of a huge pop, which is like we're a little slow moving in the politics department. This mod makes Vic 3 like EU4, stacking modifiers for the win. Well, you can stack these modifiers in vanilla, as like China specifically. Is storing stuff in the ledger still broken? Yes, unfortunately it is. Unfortunately it is. That's going to be a kind of a big one here, so we're going to, on everything, activate that. Before we go to war, but that's going to add quite a bit of fabric and liquor buy orders when we are mobilized. And now, shift work could make a little bit of sense for us. Pharmaceuticals not spreading. I think we might end up going for some military stuff, to be honest, here. Especially breech-loading artillery is right there. Shrapnel artillery is very strong PM. I think then we will maybe want to go ironclad gantry cranes and see what we can do. What tech did we just get? My brain, please. I don't think we got... Did we get a production tech? Living trees. Let's see what that is. Less logging stuff. Less adventure coverage. Infrastructure use of forestries. Very interesting. Makes sense. Flavor win. We'd also like to incorporate this place, because we know it incorporates relatively quickly, so... I think why don't we make a 10 stack kind of come out here? Oh wait, we want to upgrade all. I think that was pharmaceuticals coming in, which is going to be nice. Also going to allow public health insurance. I don't think we can pass that right now. Or reasonably. We also want to get off of religious schools onto public schools. Unfortunately, I don't think we can pass it because I think we have... Oh, we passed freedom of conscience. Good on us. Okay. Did we swap over the PMs that give strength to the devout? Let's check actually our devout bonuses. I imagine they're just kind of the normal pop growth bonuses, which we actually don't really hate, but authority and birth rate, yeah, they are the normal bonuses. But, for the purposes of passing laws, we definitely prefer secular. Looks like we've already made the swap on these. Public schools would make the devout upset, would make the intelligentsia pleased, so we would need to find a way to get the intelligentsia in government. There's the rub, huh? The Conservative Party is winning all the things. We could do something like that. We are on universal suffrage as well. We already have 50 stack. I think we're gonna drop... Where do we have lack of qualifications? Let's look where we have unemployed pops in large amounts and lack of qualifications and see what we could do. We don't have a lot of unemployment there. Guess maybe we're in okay shape here. We still have our construction queue, like, pretty filled. I think we can add a little bit. I'm gonna sort by upkeep in the places... Let's take a look at this province. This is actually a reasonable province to add a bunch of construction. Especially once it gets market access. Which I think it has now? Send that stack, and let's send these guys. Which should be enough. Clicked on the stream for D's nuts joke, stayed for general shiny head, big nice. Have you played Dreadmore? If yes, they have a problem with population decline. I've tried multiple runs but can't find a solution. Interesting. Why do they have a problem with population decline? Let's find them. Oh, are these the vampires and they kill like a segment of their population? That would make some sense. Hey, Ultra Reed, how's it going? Hey, Luneth. Are there any birth rate or arcana cards? That would be a good kind of shout. So would the food company, or sorry, the food principal, would be also reasonable for trying to maximize pop growth. You lose like 100 to 150k, so it lowers it to 90k. You need 3 plus 5 birth rates to get +1. Yeah, you could look to try and deal with it with migration, but that is interesting. They are vampires, so and you should get pops from your blood vassals. So having a lot of vassals solves the problem. Interesting. My kingdom for a bankroll, though, eh? Well, the military power of us is not sufficiently high to try and get a bankroll. Sag, apparently. To be fair, we start really kind of with some backward-ass technologies, so... I think, why don't we transfer over to this army, though? 2 mobile artillery and 2 skirmish infantry. Just kidding. That way it's a proper 10 size stack. And then, for whatever reason, we can sort unemployment there. I think we don't want to build it overseas, but that is the spot right there. So let's check how many guys they have. They got 9. So why don't we... Well, who are we kidding? We want to build up to... I think the number we're looking to hit with a lot of these is 25. That way if we go peasant levies, it doesn't delete as much military. They're offering us military assistance. Hot damn. It's going to give us a further minus 10% mill goods cost. Which, if we had the power block principle, we would be at minus 100% mill goods cost right now. In which case we would mobilize everything. In fact, it's possible we should be currently mobilizing everything. Like, our budget would... It's possible our budget improves if we mobilize everything, which is wild to think about. But at minus 75%, or minus 85%, that's pretty gnarly. I think we did get... Yeah. We did get a tech that makes a difference in this. We, of course, do start colonizing, so I can, of course, complain about having to use my brain and needing to build ports after starting colonies, which is our favorite. We'll boost our industries further. Cause without a rebel. Yuck. Perhaps he should go elsewhere. A pacifist. Gross. We use a positivist and a nihilist. That's a little bit better for us. Oop. We forgot to put in war reps here, but it's kind of okay. So one more to the list of subjects, which is going to help us to develop mandate a little bit faster. Buy or else. It's the military-industrial complex. In fact, let's double check. I think we might be on free trade. Yeah, we are. But let's see what we can do about exporting, in particular, our military goods. Because we are eventually going to have, yeah, a pretty big advantage in these. And so we might as well export them. There's small arms. And we don't really care about it increasing our prices, because it doesn't, because we don't pay for anything. So there's that. It's like we're making gobs of money, more like gobos of money, you know what I'm saying? I'll see my way out. Let's check upkeep. This is perhaps someplace we could have incorporated. I mean, it's got iron. Yeah, let's do it. It's also notably got natural harbors, which is a really good modifier. Military shipyards, gonna set it on auto expand. I don't think we actually have too much of that modifier. If we take a look here, that's kind of the spot, eh? So we will look to get that one up and coming. And now we are in kind of bad shape from the bureaucracy perspective. We do have a bunch of it in the queue though. We know that that's an urban building. And it looks like we have a rev brewing. What is this rev? A nationalist movement. So much nationalist movements, so little ability to pass multiculturalism here. Would really help if we had some kind of agitator for it. We've been bolstering the liberal movement, but honestly we already kind of passed the laws we want from it, so this is not really... I don't think this is what we want to be doing anymore at this point. The nihilist movement... I mean, we do want to get on total separation here, I think, but maybe we don't. The mage class movement... And then we have a ton of national movements. Kind of actually don't have some of the movements we would like. One of the more relevant movements that we don't like is the reactionary movement here. So why don't we just suppress them? We have several of their laws they like, but they don't like, for example, multiculturalism. They don't like parliamentary republic. And so we're going to suppress them rather than bolstering an individual group. And then we'll come back down to this. We should be in fine shape. I think this is, yeah, the other place we were kind of building tall-ish. Why don't we add a little bit more construction to the queue here? Adding in places that we kind of already have some levels, because we trust that we kind of intelligent in our first edition of them. Which is a bold assumption, but it is what it is. Minus 8k mill goods, incredible, basically. We like don't pay for anything. I mean, the more you stack of the flat modifier, the more like pronounced effect it has. So we're kind of just coming on up in this world, but like very kind of like someone will assume leadership of the landowners. The landowners are marginalized, so that maybe doesn't make too big a... They're just kidding, I don't have eyes. No, just kidding. Well, anyone can make it in here, because we get a reformer. We get ourselves Paddington, the Great Bear Reformer. So this will work for us, except for he's marginalized, so none of it really matters anyways. Well, it matters a little bit, because they're going to be less resistant. We'll get less, what is it, of this negative chance, the opposition to some of the things we want to pass. I think pest control is just better. Extra adventure, coverage, and political strength, whereas this is minus radicals from political movements. I guess minus radicals from political movements might be a little bit better. But maybe the approval is worth it. I really don't think we can pass into a 60% stall chance here, though. And a big part of that is the rural folk of the petite bourgeoisie being extremely pissed. So, and the petite bourgeoisie kind of like this. So if we pass this into the other one, we could maybe get multiculturalism because the petite bourgeoisie would be so happy. We would also like to go to arcane learning. I want to get off of this. But this does require... Well, we could actually do that right now, right? If we do this. Sucks on our legitimacy, but maybe this is just something we're gonna have to do. You know, nip it in the bud. I think we'd probably rather go, well, would we rather go public schools first here? Public schools will... Let's have a little bit of a think here. So there's this... We also have the option of wizardry schools. Oh, public schools just give more education access. I think that's the way it is in vanilla. I think this was one of the changes, one of the Victoria Tweaks changes, basically. But it also costs more bureaucracy, which is maybe not something we're super thrilled about in an immediate sense. And we can kind of do this painlessly, so let's do this. Compulsory primary school. And this is going to give us good opportunities to get rid of some of the money deletion modifiers here that we have on taxes. We're not going to touch this one because this one is... Actually, there's going to be incorporated soon, and there's a ton of unemployment. Just the problem is... What the problem is... I mean, it's going to be incorporated relatively soon. We actually just have to, like, clear out our queue, so... We'll do something like this. Build up to the current economies of scale cap. And then we'll add... more construction. Where it's kind of cheap. We see that we have a little bit here. We're going to check and see if... we're going to check and see if we have iron here. No, but we do have... we kind of got some other stuff going on here. That would be reasonable, so... If we're putting construction there. So we're going to do that. The thing being that they can produce glass a lot better, in particular. So... we're going to get them auto-expanding on glass as well here, because they have lead, and the lead feeds into the glass. And hopefully we get a nice big negative balance here, and up to like 700-800 construction, and we can clear out our queue a little bit better here. Let's take a look at our companies. Definitely having a little bit of trouble here. We can look to export cotton and tobacco in order to actually prop up that company, which I kind of like the idea of. Not a normal play pattern, but we do want the plantation's throughput to kind of be maintained. I think we'll just do kind of the bigger trade routes, though. Can also export grain. And then I think this will maybe start coming up. But we definitely really want the prosperity bonus on this. Another thing we could do to hunt the prosperity bonus is, of course, getting onto pump jacks. Let's maybe do that after breach loading artillery. License spellcasting be like, oi, you got a license for that spell, bruv. Got a license for that spell, bruv. Have you watched The Gentleman yet, Tarkus? I think we talked about this some time ago. It was a movie that you did not watch from Guy Ritchie. So, you know, Harry Potter is deaf fiction, then coppers would be up and down the wizarding world for licenses. Basically. Well, the distinct lack of capitalism in the Harry Potter world is, seemingly the lack of capitalism and greed. Actually, that's not true. No, instead you get the goblins, who are the manifestation of greed in the Harry Potter world, who of course have big noses. Classic J.K. Rowling. Not sure if that was intentional, but classic either way, eh? You love to hate it. Baking powder is going to be nice. But yeah, I think we just do need the next level PM for getting... maybe it's going to be too hard to get the prosperity bonus here unless we get... because it basically doubles the efficacy of this PM, of the PM here, getting the pump jacks, so... I think we do have these auto-expanding. And let's take a look in our other spot that we're kind of building up. That's not it. Is it in Prespia that we have all these decrees, or... I thought it was here that we had all the decrees. Yeah, it is. It just looks funny on the map. It doesn't, yeah, this is a modded map issue. We are using a bunch of decrees here, so auto-expanding all this stuff is going to be fairly good. And why don't we put everyone on this stuff as well? Just so we don't miss anyone. I know a lot of these are just like kind of nothing type of things. And you know what? We can actually go tobacco. Considering we have a company for tobacco, it's not like the worst. I don't know if we have enough opium to activate everything, but we could just do all this. Sugar's gonna kind of always be good. That wacky tobacco, eh? And considering we have the minus mill goods cost, like us being really aggressive with PMs is generally going to be much better. We have another ways to go, quite a bit of ways. These guys are subjects. No, they're not. What would that take? What would that look like for us? Maybe we do these guys next. They are recognized, but this is kind of... It's a shame we lost that war a couple of sessions ago. I think we kind of lost it fair and square, though. We just didn't mobilize enough. We won't make that mistake again. We're currently paused. Yep. Big Nut Mag charges a fee per spell casted. It claims intellectual rights to any spell you make, basically. You've now seen The Gentleman. It was quite good, but I'll always love Snatch more. Yeah, a good friend of mine is, like, super bullish on Snatch. I haven't managed to convince him to watch The Gentleman, of which I'm very disappointed, but... Play Ranor? I mean, we're trying to do something here. What's interesting about Ranor? Yeah. Well, I mean, we're gonna go over the threshold anyways on these guys. Well, we could still wait. Yeah, we're gonna have movements indefinitely, so we're not gonna be able to actually delete armies for, like, some time. Kind of annoying. Yeah, well, like, we can't delete this army. I think we can merge it with the 17th, though, which will end up deleting it. Oh, God, we can't. Rip. Choose paper mills throughput, I think. We don't have that much of that pop in Grav then, and these upper strata, basically all of our upper strata gets more popular. We're happy. Yeah. They have to accept their lot, dogs. They gotta accept their lot in life. And by their lot, I mean a lot of discrimination. Ayo! Let's go. Wood Elf and Powerful Neighbor, landlocked. What's interesting about Ranor? All the people Ranor in shambles. Yeah. Tarkus, don't you have your thing premiering, like, read about now? What are you doing in my chat versus your own chat? If you're interested in watching me play CK really poorly, Tarkus does have a collab that I think is premiering right now. I should have sent you some of my raw footage. You would have just had like 3 hours of me looking very, very tired. Would have been great. Alright, how big a population is this though? 10 million? That's pretty big. Don't want to eat that negative bureaucracy though. We'll tell them to kick rocks, but then we feel really bad. Because we have to do this in order to get the law to pass. Got some negative approval here. The pacifist wants back. Hell nah. We're up to 650 construction, and I think we want actually to be more negative on our budget. We're gonna build one here, and then just kind of get some nice evenish numbers. Not because it's good, but because it helps our sanity. Oh my god, is this more of the thing? I really, really hate the change where they made it so railways are not automatically subsidized. We have that, all of the ones subsidized, but I think we'll go that way. We wanted to ally up Ravik, if I recall correctly. They are notorious right now, but yeah, unfortunately the discrimination is making this tough for us to diplomatically get them. Like the fact that you can, that Sovereign Empire is like super meta, and that it requires you to or like in order to get the full benefit, like going multiculturalism is really good, because that way you can subjugate more people diplomatically, like kind of use a weird weight pattern. In 15 minutes, sir? Oh man, damn free advertising? Yeah. Love a good plug. We do love ourselves a good plug. I was so sleepy, Tarkus. I was playing so bad. Like, on top of me already not really knowing how to play CK. Yeah. I don't know how you spun it, but there was a lot of fumbling by the other players. Do we like jingoist more than our current ideology on our petite bourgeoisie? Probably. I guess we should have checked other things going on with him. Wow. Why do you have infinite clout? Because the Patriotic Party got, like, no votes. That's unfortunate, because that means we have to pay more for military goods now. Because the clout of our armed forces went down significantly. Right now, we're just looking to try and increase the clout of the armed forces. So as long as they don't have a shit ideology, we're gonna promote them. Honor is kind of fine. Maybe we get rid of the super loved royalist, eh? I don't think we want to get rid of more than one. Patriotic Party gets a little bit of votes. We're no longer legitimate. We need to have the Intelligentsia in government here. I don't think there's a way for us to make legitimate government without having the conservatives in. It's kind of grim. God damn it. Alright, this'll work. Interesting we got democratic, but we already have a universal suffrage. That's actually probably how we got universal suffrage. Investment rights, ban slavery in Arador. These big boys, they be rumbling with each other, but not winning any wars against each other, kind of. Yeah, oh, this is so painful, us lowering. We're running taxes 2 notches lower than we would like to right now. Just to try and get compulsory primary schools in. We're going to use our one time to just go tick, tick, tick. That's what we're going to call it here. The devout, yeah. They did recalc pretty hard. Devout being happy is kind of nice, though. We have 27 million peasants. We have a 2-to-1 peasant ratio. We kind of need to decrease the ratio in order to, like, even on universal suffrage, in order to kind of pull away from the conservatives. And also increase education, so, like, it's a little bit of a catch-22 here. Let's kind of kick a lot of this out of the queue. Or to the back of the queue here. So we get to some government administration, considering we're starting to go negative here. This incorporates 2 years. Still kind of looking for it. We forgot to try and sway in. Kind of, I guess, in a little bit of chill mode. Let's see if we can improve relations with some GPUs. We can a little bit here and there. Yeah, we're mainly waiting this 11 down here to go for Ardwin. A little hot minute. So, but we did use our one time, so we're expecting this to go to draft. Oh. Oh, a sour truth. Not like this. Yeah. Yep. Oh my god. I don't think we can keep this up too terribly long. But it's like frictional, because we are planning on increasing taxes, you know, back to like this. So we don't want to delete stuff down. I guess we'll just go into recovery mode later. Send our little army. Also check and see if we can colonize anything. We do see a, yeah, we can. Who's that competing with us? Stupid Varia. That's quite nice, actually. It'll allow us to put higher levels of construction in the capital. We will do that. Just kind of, even though we're going to be kind of hemorrhaging money here for at least a little bit. Steam Donkey, I don't think is quite useful for us. But it is what we were researching, so we could get it on pub jacks, which is going to be useful for us. Not sure what we go after that, though. How much? You have 300 innovation. You don't want foreign investment rights going on. pretty sure movements are deleting and then popping up at the same tick, so... God, we would really like to get out from under having really, really unacceptable government. But sunk cost fallacy here, maybe. Maybe we're just clinging on too much to trying to get compulsory primary school through. Let's take a look at our petite bourgeoisie and see what interest groups are applying pressure. The supremacist movement, the royalist movement, the modernization movement. I think we actually maybe dislike the suppress. We're currently curbing this movement, but maybe the other movement's more important for us to curb down. Not the traditionalist movement. Where is the supremacist movement? I could have sworn we saw it. Oh, there it is. Let's go after this, because we do want to go multiculturalism. That movement's going to, like, forever be really obnoxious. And it's going to be really obnoxious in that it's going to make it so it's a lot harder for us to get generals that have ideologies we want. But let's kind of take a look. And if we have any ideologies on the PB that are particularly bad, we're going to fire them down. We're going to promote this guy all the way up for clout reasons. I'm going to promote this guy for clout reasons too. Moderate. Promote for clout reasons. Trying to... I guess I'm being a little silly here. Trying to roll a good ideology on PB, but I didn't even see what the appearance chance is on these. So it looks like we can roll... Market Liberal and Reformer would both be good. So we actually can roll some decent ones. Doing that for clout reasons. Jingoist. Not terrible, but he's not popular anyway. Realistic kind of is terrible, but he's only 25%. Heyo. I think he might be the most popular, so I think it takes 10 years, but he can eventually become in. This is something probably a little bit of a leak, because you have to do it super far ahead of time, but we should be manipulating some of those a little bit more. SOL is going to pretty rapidly climb here. We've almost cleared out the queue. After that, we can drain out this 2 million. But we have this enormous positive that will let us increase institutions now. I think we're going to go for... We kind of don't want to give the devout political strength here. So why don't we go for this, actually? It's maybe a little bit weird. Let's support the workers. I think this is the idiot pacifist. Our guys are already happy. They'll be made unhappy, so we'll lose the migration attraction. I don't think that's too important for us. We'll keep the idiot out. Looks like we could increase taxes one notch, though, and still be legitimate enough to pass a law. So we'll do that. Time is of the essence, actually. Why do goblins have Arab names? I don't know, man. I try not to ask too many racially oriented questions when it comes to fantasy and you know, we're talking about J.K. Rowling, you know, making the goblins the greedy ones with the big noses a little bit earlier. Try not to ask too many questions. I might not like the answers to some of these questions. They might break the vibe of the mod, you know what I mean? I mean, I know the answers to these questions, but, you know... You know what I mean? So the pump jack's hopefully gonna make this company much better. I'm gonna kind of prepare a little bit for that pump jacks to be good. Let's actually add quite a bit more. Chad has been chilling today. Chad has been chilling. We haven't had anyone just go absolutely crazy with some political stuff. Hey, General, it's been a while since I've caught you live. No weird theological conspiracies today. Nope. Also found out YouTube unsubscribed me from you for some reason. I'd heard about it happening, but I hadn't actually seen it before. I actually, like, don't know if I've seen that before either. That is a little bit weird, though. That they auto-unsubscribe. I always think it's kind of insipid when, like, the YouTubers are like, you may have been unsubscribed to me, so please, like, I don't know. But maybe I should be doing that. I think the most critical thing is the notification bell, in terms of, like, actually super affecting things. But if they unsubscribe you, then they do get rid of the notification bell, too, so I guess there's that, right? I think we can incorporate this now, yeah? A little bit more aggressive. Let's see how we're doing on the power block. We will be getting colonial offices too soon, which is going to decrease the cost of our institution a little bit more. Oh no, not the proletarian revolt. That is kind of annoying because we do want to subjugate Arduin, but we assume that the Arduin just helps them clap the other guy. Something like this. Shiny going us down a slippery slope, basically. So like, what they do is they probably use some sort of name generator, right? Might be a fantasy name generator. Ideally, that's what it would be. I mean, some of these don't look very... Some of these do look very fantasy-inspired, and then some of these look maybe a little bit less fantasy-inspired. I don't know. Law debate failed, not like this. So we'll send over a little, or why don't we send over a different little army, hey? I actually want them red. Orange means something else, you know what I mean? Oh, we can't side with either one. Rip the dream. Alright, I think we go after Arduin. Well, we could still weight down a little bit, but we don't want to weight down all the way to us having 0 infamy. Get a boop. Hot. Zulux, thank you for the follow. Big nice. I always thought it sounded like BS, but I wasn't seeing new videos from you. I was unsubbed, even though I'm sure there was a period recently where I caught you live nearly daily in my sub. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I should be commenting about it more. The thing is like... the users that, like, super care about it, like, maybe, like, aren't as... don't need as much reminding. I don't know. Okay, we actually don't have a Rev brewing, so we can reorganize some of this nonsense. Just a little bit, I guess. If we go after Ardwin, East Thaloria is likely to go after us, which is maybe not a problem. Let's check and see what the difference is. 43 versus... okay, we're fine. We're probably going to try not to raise conscripts, because we really need to rework our entire conscript, like, situation. We'll just put the hammer on this side. A little bit of anvil over here, so we're just putting a defensive stack over there. We're going to put them all on defense. Delaying tactics being preferred. And we'll go for war reparations, I think, kind of on all of them. Or we can revoke claim? Yeah, why don't we revoke claim on the thing that we have of theirs? We're kind of okay with it back down, but kind of actually do want that claim revoked. So we'll make it primary. That'll make it easier for us to diplo up with them later. Looks like these guys are siding on the wrong side here, considering they're about to fight Thassaresia. It's a little bit unfortunate because we wanted them to status quo Thassaresia, but we could humiliate, I suppose. Also declare a couple more interests here. We'll just look to organically kind of expand our interests a little bit. Oh. I think we'll mobilize this unit. Just do a little bit of a defensive squad here. Okay. We do have this fat stack that is currently left unused. These guys are worried. I don't really want to transfer subjects off them, so... if East Thaloria joins, though, we will mobilize the last army. Other than that, it's probably not necessary. See, it looks like they're not joining. So we're kind of probably going to put in war reps here. The thing is man, I really hate this, because if we use all of our maneuvers and then they join, it's going to be really annoying, but also, like, that's probably what's going to happen. Or that's probably not what's going to happen, but, like, if it does happen, we're going to be annoyed. I think the system should work differently in terms of, like, you having to declare all your stuff ahead of time and this type of thing. We are going to go and get... I think gantry cranes first here. But we do want to increase kind of our military expenditure a little bit. Or we want to increase the goods for military buildings nominally that we are purchasing. This is really stimming up our economy currently. But we did get pump jacks as well, so let's not forget to actually implement them, because they're going to be insanely good. I think we're just going to turn on everything. Normally we would avoid turning on that wacky tobacco, but we have a company for it, and we want that company to be prosperous, so... Why don't we come in and also do... the second PM in all these. The third one I think I don't like too much, because it's swapping out industrial-oriented stuff, which we're a fan of, but increasing the demand for the magic goods, I think is not a bad thing for us. We kind of want the mages to be able to pass some laws. Are these guys incorporated yet? I think that they're not. Nope, they're not. It looks like we can just do this. We could lib this guy, which wouldn't be terrible. Not great, not terrible. 3.6 Bronkin. Something like that. I didn't even notice this. Probably just win it either way, but we could send this little tenor over to deal with it. So it looks like we are safe from East Loria, right? Yeah, buddy. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Tight, tight, tight. We're in a relatively high infamy bracket. We do get a mandate, and we see that we get a mandate instead of just not seeing it, which is how we usually play that. Compulsory primary school still not doing too hot, but we're also not needing to have the taxes the stuff very high to get them in. You can see our clout really bumped up, and this is from us recruiting the generals in the taskmasters, which is going to be nice for us, but... Well, it's nice for us because it allows us to keep the Intelligentsia in easier. So we can try and pass compulsory primary school easier. Let's double check and see what we got going on with some of these. Yeah, we got the reformer here. We would really like to have a reformer in another category, but maybe that's actually, we should have just waited for getting a reformer in another category, but... You know, an interesting kind of argument here, though, is increasing these, will increase wages quite a bit. And since wages are actually a bigger proportion of our military costs, maybe we're not supposed to go that route. I think that's probably not the case, but it's a little bit interesting to think about. Let's see, with us nearly fully mobilized, goods for military buildings versus is still less than military wage cost. Insane. This is like such a painless like mobilization of like everything basically. Because I said because minus 70% military goods cost. We are getting military assistance too, which is cute. Ravik's giving it to us? Let's double check. I believe that they have to be, yeah, they have to be above us in terms of In order to give it to us, my understanding is they have to be above us in terms of military power projection, which eventually is not going to be something that's the case unless we just overbuild Navy specifically. If we overbuild Navy specifically, we could actually farm and keep this modifier, which is maybe how we get minus 100% military goods cost. So, yeah. Had my best team yet is Spain a couple days ago. Finally have a grasp of managing construction sectors. Big nice. Very, very nice. I think Spain is a really good country to play on as a beginner. Actually, not just really good, but the best. Like, kind of unambiguously so. We're sorting by upkeep cost. Add a little bit to the construction queue. These guys are coming up 3 months. We do want to, kind of as soon as they're ready, slot in the company, so... We see the showdown yet again between these two. Could really change the balance, but I don't think they can enforce on each other. I think they just have too big of a problem doing it. To be fair, we can't exactly enforce on them either, so... I got a little special delivery there. Got a little special delivery. Let's see what that is. We got donuts, bros. Pair of double chocolate donuts. Hey, I'm Tap. How's it going? How you doing? How you be? How's it hanging? What's crack-a-lackin'? What's going on? Get that occupation instantly. And then those guys will move around. Let's check the company here. Still not hitting the productivity. Wow. I mean, we could try and export more. I'm not sure to what extent this solves the problem. I think it kind of doesn't. Maybe grain, we need improved grain PM, maybe. I was hoping that the pump jacks alone would do it. Maybe we just need improved fertilizer here. It's got us doing some weird things. It'd also increase our trade a little bit by expanding this, but like trade just kind of sucks anyways, so... Suffering from the New Year's resolutions, no candy, chocolate, or soft drinks. It do be like that sometimes. Fortunately, our caloric maintenance is so high that we can indulge a little bit and still be under maintenance. Or at least mine. What arcana did you get? We got plus infamy decay right now, which to be honest is like... We're probably supposed to turn and burn a little bit and maybe not care as much about the infamy, but okay. I think it's solid enough. And minus military goods cost. We're currently stacking minus mil goods cost. We have minus 70% military goods cost. See, we got 29 months here until we get Colonial Offices 3, and then everything will be really cheap because we have the cautious guy still. Although I think he's gonna die soon. He's 55, but he has some kidney stones. Minus 30% character health. Do be a vibe. But we have this place incorporated now, so let's see about slotting in the company we wanted. And this is the one we were looking at here. Very strong. We needed to have that state incorporated, but coal mine throughput, railway building throughput, pretty strong on prosperity bonus, but more importantly, it's got steel, iron, and railways all on one company, which is just insane. We also do have this for the minus mill goods cost. I guess we could show it off for the people who haven't been in chat this entire time, which is most people, because that's how the cookie crumbles. Here's our minus military goods cost and all the sources. So we have another subject. Ardwed in particular, minor power. So they're going to add quite a bit to the speed. I think this was 28 before. It hasn't been 5 months since then, so. Increasing the speed at which we're doing things. Our market's getting kind of big here. I don't think we have anyone who's in the block that's not in our market currently. We're working on this guy, but we're having trouble. We do want to go something... We need to go less discriminatory, but... Yeah. How do you describe the geopolitical and historical role in game era of this country you run? In game era? I'm not sure how I'd go about that. I mean, we start relatively backward. Maybe it's like the Mongol horde. That might not quite fit. But, like, us having minus military goods cost is huge. I don't think we have a very good way to get rid of, like, the negative training rate, but... I don't think we have a special journal entry. The ULOG Authority has a special journal entry for getting rid of, like, some of the negative modifiers there, as far as I remember. But I don't think we have a similar journal entry. But we're trying to unite all goblins. Relative to, like, Victory the Goblin, like, the ULOG Authority is kind of like China, but I guess we would be some other, like, high-pop Asian country. I don't really know. It's difficult analog. I mean, it's easy to say, like, the Demonia Empire is Great Britain because they start out the biggest, and, like, Eredor is maybe someone who's, like, an industrial superpower. Got Hegemon, but rank 3. We have far and away the biggest GDP, though. Could actually try and become hegemon here. If we really push this stuff a lot more. We're building the capital ships here because this place has a natural harbors, so that's going to be where the things are located. And we're not that far away from ironclads. I guess we're not researching it, but Goblin, basically. They have not gobbled in vain. 100%. Where do we get military assistance from? We can look back over the modifiers real quick. But 10% is coming from our company. Another 10% is coming from military assistance we're receiving from Ravik. 15% is coming from our armed forces. If armed forces were powerful, this would be up to 30% for a total of minus 85%. We're getting minus 10% from our Arcana card and minus 25% from our technology, our unique technology from being Goblin. So this Arcana card Arcana is kind of the magic. You get access to 2 classes of magic for every country, and so they're kind of semi-unique. With the ones we have here, we have minus military goods cost. Because we are Goblin, we get Goblin Tide for minus 25 military goods cost. If we could... How close are these guys? These guys aren't even that far off powerful, so we could just kind of go after getting a lot more generals in the armed forces. The problem the armed forces, like, doesn't really... is not super responsive to, having more generals, but they would be responsive to us just having a lot more army. So we could just increase like the number of admirals and this type of stuff that we have by quite a bit. You can do some of that, maybe. Having some problems with Varia. Why don't we incorporate all this, though, so we can go after them easier or more cheaply, like 20 years down the road? Still really insightful answer. Doubt says more than a simple one-liner. Doubt says more than a simple one-liner? What? Oh, you're responding to something that I'm not... I've forgotten what we said. I wish this were over 35, that way we could run high taxes. I wish we could just pass the law so we could swap around our government. I wish the ring hadn't come to me, Gandalf. I wonder how much of this is companies. Is the company just popping off instantly? They have made it so that the company, like, gets to spend way more money than it's actually bringing in. Wait, where's the company headquartered? It's not headquartered. Why is it not headquartered there? I feel like it should be. No, it's just 5. Just 5 for now. I think we don't have steel frame buildings yet either, which is actually maybe where we should be going with all this. Instead of the fertilizers. We kind of want the fertilizers to make our other company good, but... feels bad, man. So the problem is this company is currently not prosperous. So we're gonna abandon Gollum in hopes of getting to its master, but it really screwed up. True. Got pretty close, though. Honestly, if it just stayed hidden, Sauron would have taken over the Middle Earth, so... a little bit of a miscalculation. We're back under 25 infamy. Not that we're looking to get any sort of agreement with anyone anytime soon, so... that movement's fine. We mostly have everything set up here. Glorious Union formed. Okay. By Aachen. That'll really hurt our relations with their relations with us. Maybe we should try and get a little bit of more rivals, if possible, because we wouldn't mind having more infamy decay. Unfortunately, I think we have an anti-Thascaria thing. Unless they've changed this, which they should have like forever ago. We have an anti-Thascarian, which really means we should rival them. Lobby, which makes it so that we get, and this is really stupid, we get less, what is it, influence out of a rivalry. Oh, no, wait, no, they did change it. We get more. Okay. When lobbies first came out, you would get less, from rivaling someone you had a negative movement with. I think we're more likely to fight them. Opath is landlocked, so I don't think we care too much about that. Small shores, small fries. Thural's kind of big. Demonian Empire, we're not going to rival. Although we would get a ton from doing it. I think we're going to look to play nice with the 3 hegemons. So I think this is probably good for us for now. I guess Teferet's also landlocked. Oh, it's not landlocked anymore. Interesting. Let's take a look in here. So I think it's probably good for now. Can we rival Varia? We kind of hate them. We're already rivaled with them. I think we maybe want to improve relations with East the Lord. Well, I guess not. Maybe try and get these guys diplomatically that are adjacent to us. We're currently working these guys. The problem is we're too discriminatory to really pull people into our block very easily. Well, now we have really low cohesion because Ardwin hates our guts, so let's maybe get started on that. And now we kind of just are back in the same boat we started with in regards to some of this. Let's look at our ongoing kind of stuff. Yeah, this seems fine enough. Where pizza, Shani? It's not going to be a long stream. Also, pizza, we might not do pizza for a while. I don't know. It's one thing to have a couple donuts. Pizza, I really blast a ton of calories when I eat pizza, so that might be something we need to make a bit of an adjustment on. Because a couple donuts, you just skip a meal, have some protein powder. Your macros are relatively balanced. It's not that big a deal. But like eating like a pizza and a half in one day is like pretty hard to recover from. We did have pizza on the eve of New Year's Eve as well. How much do the lower rung pops consume potions? I don't really know. Looks like they don't consume much potions, so this is more of an upper strata thing, so we'll go ahead and tax potions here. We're probably making too much money. This plus this, oh, it's grossly positive, so we'll want to do something about that. But also, we have upcoming steel frame buildings, so we can also, we don't necessarily need to blast super hard. Why aren't we on speed 5? I think we could do this. Veil integrity is fully destroyed. We're not even the biggest damage per month. That's crazy, dog. I guess we're not using labor-saving PMs. The AI is too aggressive about using labor-saving PMs, to be honest. We'll let the procession go ahead. We're no longer have any stall chance, which is good. So whatever interest group was upset with us that was giving us stall chances now, no longer upset. Not sure why. We also have a Republican here, which would make it easy to go parliamentary republic, which is maybe what we should do after this, if that guy lives long enough. Alright, so we could swap to steamships on everything. Always a pleasure swapping everything over. Except it's not. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be nice. It just makes more fish, but we have a lot of those. Okay, and then in the urban places, we will need to make steamships. And then the dockyards, where are they? Industrial ports, which incidentally will give us a ton more convoys, which will allow us to trade a little bit more. We have 10k going into trade routes, which is quite a bit, which ideally was helping us to kind of prop up our economy. I mean, us running bigger routes allows us to lean more into this, but I guess it's not going too well. We would need glass, and then we would have, like, every thing that's construction good in terms of company. Right? Because explosives are a part. We're actually going to need way more glass once we get onto steel frame buildings. So why don't we actually come in here? We'll look where we have lead production. We see these 3 provinces. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we have auto-expanding glass here as well. We already have an auto-expanding glass there. And then up here was another one. They have coal. No, they don't. Let's get that in as well. When you have a hammer, everything's a nail. Let's do that one. When is game starting this calendar? I forget. I think we're like 50 years in, though. Based on how quickly the game's going. Maybe a little bit less. Get a whole grilled chicken instead of a pizza. It's cheap, fun, pure protein, and you can share with your cat. Yeah, this is probably the better strategy. Let's move these guys to the front. A little bit of an uprising, and they'll kind of these guys realized what was happening to them a little bit too late. Hey. Yeah, that was a little bit of a bugginess there. I think there's maybe a world where we're gonna put edicts down there, so we could just put down a power block statue. You can get some spider ranches. Also, with this mod especially, I feel like rechecking all your PMs semi-frequently is kind of a smart thing to do, because you know, sometimes you miss some things. I think we'll go for the first labor-saving PM on tools, because the places that are built up really high in tools are going to be a little bit more like that. I think we can start going some of these earth-shaping things as well here. I think we do want to be citrus orchards. Okay, so God's blood for more stuff. I don't think we have much God's blood. I think we do have plenty of wishstone potential, though. I think we don't mind the potions of strength's input now. Because we do have a steel company. We kind of minded it before, but not anymore. Steam donking on logging camps actually makes a little bit of sense. I don't think we're gonna quite do it. I think we have, like, kind of a lot of unemployment, so... Gizmos. Let's put in otherworldly gizmos. I think we need to make blubber factories to do that. I'm not sure if we have access to those yet. I think that... Here, let's put in... We don't really have much demand for cloud silver, so we'll create some there in order to get them kind of up and running a little bit. Because we definitely want to use some cloud silver PMs, but we just don't have, like, the stuff for it yet. Definitely more labor saving on kind of these is going to be good for us. We could do airship assisted scouting. Problem is we don't really have any airships yet, so that might run us into some problems. There we go. Missed those PMs. We immediately have a couple problems. I think we can resolve these problems. Get the God's blood flowing, first of all. God's blood in the capital, we will just fully expand that out. We're up to voting here. We can also resolve this to some extent through imports, so... Yeah, this will work for us. We have a trade agreement with Ravik. East Deloria we maybe want to be a little bit more oriented with. And I think that'll be enough to stop the shortage and kind of tide us over until our own queue starts taking some hints and increasing some of that stuff. We do want more airship yards though, I think. So we'll look to add them in the capital here. And put one on auto expand. And upgrade the PM here. We'll let them be heard. Not the ratio we wanted, but perhaps the ratio we deserved. I think we'll be able to... The next war we'll declare will probably be in like 18-ish months, and we'll have colonial offices 3 then. If the separatist movement pops, it pops. It's not too big a deal. Sarum begins embargoing us. We do have a rivalry with them. Actually, let's take a look at our movements here. Haven't heard any loud cars outside. Imposter generalist. No. Don't want... Not my secrets. Well, we have this anti-Demonian Empire thing, and we would get quite a lot of Diplo from rivaling the Demonian Empire. But more importantly, The armed forces are part of that, so I guess maybe that's going to be something we have to lean into. Oh, I feel like we're supposed to go... How much pop is here? 24 million. I think we're supposed to add universities overall. And this is the most sensible way to do it, I think. The problem is it's going to create a lot more... Adding a bunch of industry over here, net, will create a lot more... what is it? In fact, I mean, eventually, given the population differential, we probably actually even want to move our market capital over here anyway. But adding a lot of industry or demand or this type of stuff over here will create a lot more convoy costs for us in the short term. It's kind of a little bit obnoxious. But, as I was saying, with the Demonian Empire, I mean, we would get more decay. And we would get a whole big ton of influence. We don't have a trade agreement with them. They're antagonistic towards us. I mean, we could side with them and swap them off of being antagonistic towards us, but, like, also... We have several interest groups in here. So... Something of a blubber factory myself. Ayo. Where is... I know it's an industry thing. I guess we don't have the PM for it yet. Or... Just kind of look around here. Nimbium factories... Yeah, so blubber plants is under aniline here. Well, we want their approval. Advance on the mob, because we have mass conscription. Yeah, sure. Because we're so handsome and good at this game, in the next checkpoint, we are, in fact, going to pass this. I know it says 20 whatever percent, 15%, whatever this, like, number is, but this number is bugged. It's actually 100% because we have that 74% handsome bonus. So, as you guys will be able to see, quite plainly enough, not something we need to pay too much attention to, we will be passing this law. There we go. That's how you do it. Skill game. Let's put in repeating rifles. Of course, being handsome is a skill, which is going to be really nice for us. Not a handsome being a skill, the repeating rifles. So, now we can reform the government into something, like, way more legitimate. We can increase the taxes back up. We can add a bunch of construction. We can start popping off again. Can't really pass too much that's useful here. We can get the armed forces in here. They're protectionists, though. Not really going to be able to help us out too much. I feel like tech spread to subjects when the overlord has higher tech should be faster. It seems weird that after 25 years of being under the thumb, they're still using shovels. Well, that was like one of the elements of colonialization was actually, so like a lot of the people who are in like Great British subjects were intentionally kept backward as part of like, colonial extraction. So like, if anything, I think that it's possible they should like be worse at tech. You know? I mean, we could just stay in the legitimacy bracket here for a while. Yeah. Instead of trying to pass something, maybe this is the way to do it. Petit bourgeoisie, how happy are they? They freak out when we do this. They're definitely not happy if we do this. Movement activism. The Gavkan supremacist movement would immediately become militant. But maybe we're just supposed to rev out here. Just ally up, shack up with someone, ruin all of our, you know, kind of slaving away at this being a thing. We have a lot of rivals. Oh, and we can't make an alliance because we are already allied with East Asker. I mean, I guess we could see how big the rev looks and see if we think we can fight it. We're currently suppressing the movement. The movement only has 6% support. Alright, let's rip it. Right, if we want to delete anything, now's the time, I guess. Because we're about to get another revolutionary brewing thing. These guys aren't going to slot out from government, though, because they're +7. Or -7, rather. Unless they've changed that. They may have changed that a little bit, but they need to be -10 to slot out. Still, 12% success into 45% stall is not very... It's not a very good rate, yeah. Let's take a look at what we could do in terms of archaeological dig. Let's make sure we have like decent PMs in this. We don't, so this is under expanding. Which is definitely a vibe. So the relics and these should be relatively close to the bottom, but yeah. And where is Harvey Dent? There's the rubber. Let's do some of that action. Trying to return. Were they fighting? We could side with East Thaloria. Whoa. Anti-these guys lobby disbanded. We kind of don't like that. Get a new election, I guess. To be fair, we can make, you can make the PB happier by manipulating some of that stuff. And getting them above -5 might actually be good, so let's take a look. We can make, we have a lobby here. We're already rivaling these guys, but we could embargo them, which would give +2 approval, which isn't going to be enough to raise these guys. But what we could do is we can embargo these guys, yeah? And then do this. And then now these guys are -4 instead of -5. I think that this requires... Oh, it requires -3 or less? Okay. Mistakes were made. That embargo's not worth. PB also being upset does that, so I guess we'll be resolving that. We should be able to employ up better if we just kind of drop 1 level. See, a lot of these places don't have unemployment anymore, though. Which is good. Let's do some of that. I get you in the respect, especially now that we have the laws to reflect it. Don't want my subject people coming to my country when they have good jobs too in their country. Yeah. Does the protected speech, does the mod also say protected speech cannot suppress IGs, even though that isn't a thing anymore? Cannot bolster or suppress interest groups. It does. I think it makes it so you can't bolster or suppress movements, but, yeah. Got quite a bit of stall chance here. So if the rural folk were less, if the PB, if we could improve their, if we can increase their approval rating by a little bit, I mean, maybe we could get enough SOL increase from decrease in taxes that we get more approval here. That seems kind of suspect. Seems kind of suspect. Seems a little sussy. Sussy Barca. We're just going to go ahead of time also on this 3 thing. We're not going to try and pick up any of these. This mod, it kind of encourages going ahead of time a little bit more than normal. Some oil extractors here. I think we'll kick the universities behind. Some of the, we're holding alt, yeah. I think that we want to get the government admins in through first here. We'll cut through the red tape. We need to roll some sort of good event here, otherwise multiculturalism is just going to stall out and we're going to feel stupid, but it's a shame we can't... Yeah, maybe we should have passed something the PB liked first, because we really just need +3 approval on them and that's it. They like a lot of our laws anyways here, so it's kind of easy for them to be happy, but... It might even be easier if we just, like, took them out of government and let ourselves rev. I mean, well... Revving is also a good way to reset this stuff. These guys' SOL should come on up. Well, these guys get goldfish too. Let's grab all those. Let's put these on auto expand and this on auto expand as well. Try and give them a little bit more jobs. It is going to cost us more construction to build jobs in those areas, but I think that's kind of okay. Steel frame is coming in. We're kind of waiting on this before starting our next war, we hope. Ardwin's pretty upset with us, naturally, but we are trying to improve that. I don't think we'll help him out just quite yet, but maybe we should have. Alright, oppressor and oppressed. We got Spectre haunting the world, so what happened? I thought we needed someone in government specifically for that to pop. I think we're going to do with this because we don't want to be on minus 2%. Or sorry, we don't want to be on 2% enactment chance, and this will reset the enactment chance. Well, that's pretty bad for us. Yeah, we get legislative failures. We're going to need to roll a really good event here, I think. If we get another setback, I think we're just going to say forget about it. We do get a reactionary movement, and the PB gets slotted out. I think we'll do this, so we're in the 50% bracket. But, the PB is sufficiently angry with us now. Do they get a new IG leader? Nope, still the Jingoist. How big a rev is this? Not too big. So activism is militant. I think we're kind of okay with this rev popping, to be honest. So we see this is what it looks like in terms of where the military's at, right? Kind of in the central area, central-ish area. So why don't we actually add a bit of military down where we think it's not going to rev, just to kind of put us in a little bit of a better spot. We know they'll train up pretty quick, but just to make sure that if someone joins the revolution, we can still probably get it done. Kind of would like this rev to pop even, but with 4% activism, which probably will pop. Yeah. So we just need to not roll too bad of events on multiculturalism is the biggest thing before our rev pops. So maybe actually we even want to be less legitimate here. So we pass ticks slower, because generally speaking the ticks are going to be negative, so we're probably going to get a negative tick here, because we have 60% stall chance. That's a lot of stall chance. Yeah. So we're going to get another setback here. And we want multiculturalism very specifically. Like, we don't want to get, like, cultural exclusion or something like this, so... I wonder, does that include... Oh, that includes overseas. We don't have much military there. Yeah, these guys are getting a pretty big chunk of the military, to be fair. And maybe we just have, at this point, like... I mean, both the people who are stall chancing are part of the rev, but we just need one more negative event, and it's, like, not gonna... The rev's not gonna be worth it in terms of enacting multiculturalism. Right? So, I guess we actually kind of... Well... Yeah, the problem is when the rev pops, we're still gonna tick multiculturalism, and we're gonna get like 2 ticks on it, so I think we actually even just come off of multiculturalism trying to pass it here. Which feels kind of bad. It is gonna radicalize the groups that want multiculturalism specifically. But I think that's fine. I guess we could maybe go parliamentary republic, if we can't really slot these guys in. These guys are gonna be no longer upset with us. Yeah, let's click reform government again so we can get a better look at things. Yikes. I don't think this makes it better. Yeah, it doesn't. We could decrease taxes 1 notch. and do this. We would really prefer this. Who's giving us enactment chance? Taskmasters. We'd also prefer public schools, but not by a huge margin, but maybe this is easier to pass. Really increase the education access with this. It is more expensive on the bureaucracy. Yeah, let's just try and get arcane learning in if we can. It's gonna have really big stall chance though. And we're gonna need to keep like this not very good looking Taskmaster thing in. Maybe this is actually not for us. This seems a lot more manageable. And us increasing literacy is going to be useful for making a lower strata a little bit more politically active. We'll still take the increased military here, though. I haven't used it, but I'd presume you still won't be able to suppress movements. Yeah, I think that's how it affects things. We do get our mandate, though. Another 3 years on the next one. Now we can go after this guy's stuff. Oh wow, it's still so much infamy. Holy yeah, let's change back to the other view. I think there was something about there being gold here. A lot of resources. Yeah, there's gold right here. Quite a bit. Costs a surprisingly large amount of infamy. I guess this is like the full max cost. Oh, we don't have colonial affairs like fully expanded. That is a little bit of a thing. Could annex one of these guys, the Silver Serpents, just so we could colonize in through here. I don't think that's kind of worth. Ooh, a lot more colonies we can establish, though. Let's take a look at that. So we do hit some sort of technology that was needed. I think we have more government admins in the queue still. See how things look from here. So we have these three that are not currently subjugated. And these that are goblins. We could just declare war on the Ulog authority too here. If we just peel off another state. Particular state with Wishstone might be good. Not sure how big our Wishstone demand is here. And so if we... Like, we kind of want to subjugate these guys, but we don't want the Ulog authority to jump in on it. Could just transfer these guys too. It's kind of a lot of infamy. Could just wait and see. 10 months, and then we'll swap to steel frame as well here. Trade agreement versus... Are either of these guys close to become subject? Not really. That would be ideal. We're making money. We kind of don't want to be, but we're about to be swapping up to steel frame. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit of steel too at the front of the queue. In some key spots. And then glass is often the hang up. Although the glass PMs have gotten adjusted, so we're not really too used to like the glass PMs at this point here. They have gotten a bit of an adjustment. Forget where the other glass is. It might be here. No. Yeah, here. Incidentally, though, this place is going to be... has relatively high levels. And so maybe once we get public schools, we can get the trade unions kind of going a little bit. In terms of the IG. I think we'd rather have the agitator than a new leader of the IG. We'd need a particularly bad, I mean, we have Reformer too, so I think Reformer's fine. So we get agitator. He's authoritarian. I guess that's kind of okay. What are you supporting, baby? The reactionary movement. God damn it. I think we might just actually exile him. We don't really want the reactionary movement to be getting a lot of clout. This guy's not really going to help out too much. Political movement pop attraction is not what we want. Interest group pop attraction is kind of nice, but that's his IG leader. What does he get for... Yeah, I think we actually exile this guy. Unfortunate. He wasn't really agitating for what we wanted, though. We could check our available agitators, but I don't think we have anything too good looking, so... We need some tech. We're only going to take the minus approval if we have really good approval, so we'll just take the extra enactment time. Not the biggest deal. We should have pretty good explosives quantities, because we have actually been exporting explosives. So I don't think we need to worry about that for turning on the steel frame buildings PM. The Rawl declares a rivalry. I don't know if we have them rivaled currently, but I guess we can. We can show them what's up. They're already really hostile with us, so... What are we gobbing today? We're gobbing all the gobs. Is what we're doing. Giles hates lizards. When there was finally a man of the people representing him, he was exiled. Just when we needed him most, he was left gone. How much of these do we actually have? 1.2 million. That's not a lot. They should learn the language. I feel like we're gonna pop off really hard with steel frame. And then fertilizer, and maybe we'll finally get this company prosperous again. To be fair, maybe the adding wishstone stuff is gonna be good for them. We'll go where we have unemployment. Then we'll find reefs. We'll go where we have unemployment. And then when I click on Wishstone Reefs, it selects both of them. Wild. Is that like our first mass migration? We don't have a ton of attraction. Interesting. But they're coming in here. Let's see. Goblin Heritage is coming in. So they're going to be reasonably accepted. Don't really need to help out with that. I can feel the economy growing. I can feel it in my bones. Let's just go for it, yeah. Probably just transfer over. One of these guys. Let's, maybe... Split these guys in half. So we have a 50 stack navy. That'll work pretty well for us. I guess we don't actually need an army anywhere near that big because they only have 5 guys. Where's England? The equivalent is probably Demonia over here. The Demonian Empire. It's the equivalent of Great Britain. At least now you are learning the language of the lizards. I speak to the lizards. They speak to me. Why are you pissed? So we have a market liberal now instead of a jingoist. We have laissez-faire. But they don't like the child labor, kind of this that we've done recently. Must be why they're a little upset with us now. Skeptic. Fair enough. Yeah, this is giving a -13. That's kind of a little bit of a kick in the nuts. I mean, long term, I think we prefer market liberal to a jingoist from them, but specifically for the recent law change, it's a little bit obnoxious. We'll acquiesce. 14% success chance now. So I guess we're gonna have to overbuild some of this in order to make some of this work. Let's kind of try and handle the infra problem, especially where we have spots for ports. We will add them. We're going to also fully flesh out the ports in the spot that has the bonus to the port buildings. So now we're losing some money. Unfortunate, just right as we start transitioning. I'm going to transition some more of these to floating frame buildings as well. And then we are about to get the tech. I said we're about to get the tech. Deliver me from evil. The evil of not having steel frame buildings, please. Okay. We'll just use these guys to land. It'll be nice to have a beachhead over there too. I think that's also going to give us a native interest that we currently don't have in that region. And we will come in and we will do this steel frame. Bam. And then I think here's the spot. I think it is. And then we also... Oh, look how prepared we are, dude. The prices aren't like out of control, so we can swap up one more. So we're up to around 1K construction. We've swapped up like a third of ours to steel frame. Why don't we see where we have the most steel production? You could probably swap up to steel frame over here too. Yeah. New neighbors, new grudges. It could be like that. Where's Prussia? The equivalent of Prussia maybe is Arador? Maybe? Or maybe like Germany once it's formed. We're up to rank 3. Shout out to the ledger. A little bit far away from getting up to being a hegemon, but that's mainly because we are paying the penalty of having low wages in terms of a minus or a negative prestige modifier. We would be kind of up here more, but excuse me. Don't we get in for free, dog? I thought all goblins ate for free. We'll land with the bigger stack instead, then. A little over 1K construction. Losing money at a decent clip. We do want to swap the rest of these buildings up. And we're also getting another 50 stack uni. Although to be fair, our EOS isn't even 50 right now, so we maybe don't even need to 50 stack that. It's maybe a little bit gratuitous, so let's actually just 30 stack it. We see this is 31, that's fine enough. And then we'll come back and re-add more later. More magic carpet docks, dog. Thrill Seekers for Adventuring Guild. Oh, these kinds of texts I kind of hate. It's like PMs in 5 different buildings that we like aren't in vanilla. We will come in and we will, I guess, look for the exclam and try and swap over as best we can. I think we could do that. I think. I think Thrill Seekers is better. Not very confident in that though. New primary PM here. Gonna be quite a bit better. Alright, boys and girls, my favorite. Minus enactment time. I think we'll take the minus enactment time here. Oh wow, we almost had this nationalist movement pop. Crazy. It still might pop. I think we just need to roll a negative event, right? I don't know if we can quite go for steel frame. I think steel's going to be a little bit pricey here, but the Q will handle it. That should be over soon enough. Yeah, I guess the main thing we're waiting on, kind of for the purposes of what we're doing with this run, is actually just getting another 3 principal slots. So before, when we tried to pass multiculturalism, we only had a 12% chance, but now that we've tried to pass it and canceled it, that really makes the movements quite upset. So now we're at a plus 31% chance, so we should actually be in much better shape next time we try and do it, which maybe the activating it and then canceling it is like something we should have been a little bit more aggressive about. Once we have this, then we can go for some of Garok's gold stuff as well here. I think we maybe just do it one at a time, because we're not looking to fully annex them. We could put it in here as well, but I think we won't greed on it. Use a couple more generals here. Get a bunch more minus enactment time. Uh-oh. Devout are unhappy now, so maybe that was a mistake. It went from being... Yeah. I guess we could have checked, but... Just as long as they stay in government, I suppose. But we should have checked to see if it would give us a stall. Or additional stall chance. We probably should have done the other one. Do you think we have some government admins in here? And I think those would probably be better served at the front of the queue. We don't yet have increased EOS up to 50. I think our EOS is still... Yeah, we don't have shift work yet, which gives economies of scale, building cap from 30 to 50. Should be an important one. Yeah, just very conservatively, just going for one province here. We might full annex them next time. Or just go for this next time, something like this. But if they back down, we'll get it. I think these guys are a subject, yeah. Let's reduce autonomy on these guys. Turns all these guys. We finished the bureaucracy stuff. Now. Oop, let's make sure all these are standardized filing. We can swap all this. Do we also get this? I guess that was probably all the PMs. Not 100%. I mean, we could check the urban buildings, but I don't think it gave anything in the urban buildings. Now we have some choices. I do think we want to kind of move into, at some point, Ironclad and the torpedo boats. They're not natural spreading to us. There's some really juicy texts that are kind of left unresearched here, though. Like, we would like malaria prevention for the extra colonial investment. We'd kind of like mutual funds here. Let's go mutual funds. We kind of also want to be a little bit more ahead of time oriented in this mod. Which isn't what we're doing, because, man, do we feel far behind. But we have another university coming up. Progress to drafting. I'm gonna have a pretty easy war resolution here with these guys. Could go after these guys next. Loth truck. Is this really all they have? It's got 8 million pops. I think we generally prefer to get goblins. Trying to expand kind of organically out from here. I guess the gold pass keepers are maybe one we want to go after. Especially if they don't have incorporated states. Yeah, they might just accept this. If they do, that works for us. If they don't, that also works for us. Yeah, we have an ally with a relatively big army there, so we'll just move these guys over for now. I suppose our mobilization doesn't really cost us that much, because we have the minus mil goods cost. So why don't we do this, and let's take a look at our military goods cost. Oh, it's only 48. Much less than our military wages. Absolutely insane. Let's double check where we're at with the modifier. Yeah, minus 70% military goods cost. Insane. Is that increasing our GDP? Not in a super noticeable way when we mobilize, but these guys rise up. I think we will send these guys to deal with that. Nope. I was thinking we could colonize one of these states that we couldn't before, but I guess we're already on it. Fertilizer building and mods farms you don't change. Oh, fertilizer building, that's right. We also didn't change that. You're right. And mods farms. Mods farms. I'm sure I know what mods farms is. That one might not be worth it. But fertilizer, no, I did not change. That'll be good. Let's see if we're gaining on this yet. No, we're better, but we're still not gaining. The thing is, once we get it, we'll get plantations throughput, which will help us to maintain it. Try exporting more grain. The margins aren't super good, which is why we can only export it to people we have an adjacency with. Pipeweed we can't even export. Fabric, I think we're already kind of exporting a little aggressively. Maybe we're just not using the right PMs here on these buildings. Alright, gizmos cost 70, right? These are 30. So the arcane cultivation does not make sense for us to use unless the price of the good is kind of expensive. Here, let's import blubber. So let's take a look. Yeah, because our gizmos are slightly expensive, I guess we just don't want to use arcane growing. Okay. We should have actually, unless we don't like the industry, we kind of don't like those two industries, so we'll arcane grow in them. Arcane grow these nuts. And then here's probably going to be a similar thing where we have potions, grain, and wishstone. And what does the prices of these kind of look like? Because I think in general these PMs aren't hyper efficient. So we see we are actually just blind and we can't see where potions are. There's Wishstone. Potions are a little bit expensive. And what was grain? Grain's even. So Wishstone's currently at 55. Grain's currently, we'll call it around 20. So it's plus 200. Oh, this is a labor saving PM. Yeah, let's do no enhancement. Let's do no enhancement specifically on that. We really don't want labor saving there. And that should make this more productive. The problem is labor saving PMs actually make the buildings more productive too. So we could use harvesting tools. We'll see how that kicks this around. Looks like it negatively impacted it, which not too unsurprising. We'll go this. But we can maybe turn on this and this. And then now we're going to have transport shortage here. Probably don't want that second uni, but it is what it is. So now let's do the tedious thing. Let's find this. Let's find where we have particularly bad balances that are causing shortages. And in a sense, we will be subsidizing stuff. In theory, we would actually, like, in our less developed areas, we would want to not use railroads, and the more developed ones we would. I wish there was some, like, automation for the PM, but it is what it is. So we'll do that, and hopefully get the productivity on this up. They're below sub-farms that we missed. These ones we don't own any of these. How the goblins got them? You minus 100% mill cost reduction yet? No, but we can pip if we make these guys more powerful. We can pip minus 85%, which maybe we should do that. It would involve promoting a lot of generals, though. We tried to add more military. What we're really kind of hoping to do is lean quite a bit into Navy specifically, because if we keep our armies smaller than Ravik's, they are currently feeding us military assistance, which gives us minus 10% mill goods cost. But if we get a bigger army or a bigger navy, that will add to the clout of the armed forces, which we want the clout of the armed forces a little bit bigger. So Let's do that and that. Yeah. Oh, it's so stupid because our things are so much more productive than you know, cotton buildings, tobacco buildings, or rice farms in general. But they're not more productive than the average building. So, a little bit unfortunate. Where did our success chance go? Yikes. Intelligentsia has gotten weak as all hell. We are hoping that the Conservative Party joins with the Liberal Party because they have a market liberal landowner. Or I guess that works too. I guess that works too, eh? Get an election and instantly the petite bourgeoisie, free trade party, super negative. Oh, now they've kind of righted their ship a little bit. Taskmasters want to join the free trade party, but we can actually do this. Be super legitimate. But the free trade party probably does pretty good here, which we're kind of okay with. For now, we'll use the Liberal Party to try and pass private Suez. Yeah, we forgot to put in war reps there. Man, I've just been missing putting in war reps on a lot of guys. I've just been kind of focused on other things. It's kind of a decent-sized leak. We still want to increase our education institution, so we're not done adding these buildings. I guess specifically if they're under 20, they can benefit a lot right now. We'll add a little bit of railroads to some of these. I do like kind of the change. Alright, so now we dislike, or we're operating against the Demonian Empire, so us fighting them is kind of a good thing. So we'll try and actually side in. Before we kind of didn't want to, you know, play favorites a little bit. Not sure we like throwing the Patriotic Party in the dirt. Who's doing well? Wow, the Liberal Party's crushing? Interesting. That's not what we expected exactly. We spent so long, like, trying to pass laws, just barely, like, coming onto some, like, small semblance of clout. Diplopacks, bankroll. Bankroll, baby. This is limited by the size of their economy, however. Transfer subjects. They will transfer... these gentlemen. Can we not hover them and click them? No. So they would transfer these guys. It is 12 million pops. I think a bankroll's worth more. Yeah, I think they're not really into transferring. These states are probably not even worth looking at. Yeah, I think we go for the bankroll. I think we go for the bankroll, baby. It ain't what it used to be. It ain't what it used to be. So now it's based on their income, but... or it's capped on by their income. But these guys probably just back down. Cove Colony requests that we support their independence. I think we're gonna say no. is maybe a little bit close. The thing is, we can't really... We have to get onto multiculturalism to really be able to incorporate people. We see Dara is not liking us very much. I think we're already improving relations with Dara. Let's make sure. Yeah, we are. Minus 70 to 85% is pretty huge, effectively a 50% decrease in cost. Yeah. Want to use the option to show only building in your country? That is the option we have. It keeps on, like, kind of changing things. We'll take the extra enactment time here. Unfortunate. I think we have quite a bit of extra enactment time now on this law. We're operating at base. Hmm. $62,000 seems like quite a bit, eh? Yeah, we'll say shove it to the devout. I think we'll take that. Rake some back approval on those guys. And then institutions, let's go get education up to the next level. We don't really care how much political strength they have. I guess we'd kind of want to be in the next bracket over. Can we swing this? Maybe. It's not that much more. It's not even more loyalists per month. I thought it was a better ratio that you'd get. Demonian Empire backs down. Fine by us. We are now getting... from Ravik, a bankroll of 121k. And that is capped at 21 or 10% of Raviki income, which does mean that we don't have to run like high taxes when we're receiving a bankroll, which was like the old meta. So we actually can support this, but we also could just add a bunch of construction. Oh, what are we doing? We haven't even swapped all these up. I'm not sure we can make the swap with the rest of them. We're just going to swap several. I suppose we're actually kind of okay adding extra stuff in the capital, so we'll do that first. And then we'll completely forget about what we were planning on doing. It's my personal favorite. So we had a bankroll. Don't have too much of this left. Did we just discover a tech? No, I don't think so. Huh. We could declare on these guys. We kind of want them to stop expanding. Well, looks like these guys will actually give us kind of a lot. Let's see where Rangita is. kind of nothing, but we could declare on them just normally and then also side in on this other war. We'd probably rather transfer a subject. We'll march out of these guys. Maybe we don't want to get into that just yet. Could go after the Ulog Authority again, though. That was a very long and expensive war. The first time. Check our subjects. Decrease autonomy there. And we can go for these guys. Don't really know if it makes sense from a resource perspective, though. Here seemed a lot more lucrative. We have Kim Salt here. Ton of resources here. Good amount here. Let's also make sure we keep everything up. Oh, everything is upgraded. Alright, fair enough. These guys should get kind of rolled up pretty quick here. Gold pass. I think we kind of got what we mostly wanted out of the radical movement, so we won't end up doing that. Hell yeah, brother. We're researching mutual funds now. Yeah, I think mutual funds will also open up quite a bit. Our ability to have the trade unions powerful, so... Yeah, Cloud Silver we were trying to get up and going, but we don't want to... This is also good for us. We don't want to swap too much of it. Oh, can we not use this? Iron Frame has to be active. So we have to invent cloud castles, actually. That means we could swap out... Let's swap over all the non-steel frame. And then... Maybe we invent cloud castles, then. We do have a cloud silver problem. We can import until our own production comes up. Where is this movement even? Down here? do some of this. These partial states are going to be nice because then we can return state later, I think. I'm not 100% sure of the rules on that. Yeah, when he said, you know the rules and so do I, he was mistaken. Shout out to my boy. Yeah, not too big an advantage here, but that's fine. Once the other wars roll up, then we'll be okay. This one looks like it's almost done. Probably demobilize the absolute massive. I didn't even notice this. Let's take a look. Oh, that was this one. So we might pop a rev here, or we might not. Alright, we end the big war, so let's demobilize the big army. It's gonna be a very nice one. Unfortunately, we can't nationalize all their building levels. Unless we annex them. That's one way to nationalize, eh? I think that we do want to conquer these guys. Just don't know if we want to do it yet. There's a lot of wish stone in here. But I don't think we're having too big of wish stone problems. If you have a wish stone problems, I feel bad for you, Stun. Got 99 problems. And they're mostly etc. This should be helping the Intelligentsia a little bit, but we're kind of stalling out. Our election came through, right? And this is currently what we got best. Did the Devout get corporatists? Yeah, they did. So now they're a fan of regulatory bodies. I don't know if we want to pay that much for reg bodies at this point. Somehow we're only running a minus 50k balance despite running a tax bracket. Actually, do we even need to run the tax bracket anymore? We don't. Let's do this one. And then let's... I think we just look to add construction here. The reason being is that we don't want to mess with our cloud silver demand too much. And we're gonna need floating castles, cloud castles here. So I guess we'll do that next. And this should be over relatively quickly. Do these guys just... Oh, they are traveling over there, but we'll demobilize them. They're not going to make it there in time. This will allow our trade routes to come back up. To 1500-ish construction. Really pulling away from the pack in regards to GDP. I mean, Ravik is kind of big. Demonian Empire is... I don't know why they're grayed out. Does that mean we can't fight them? We're almost a hegemon despite running super low wages. We do get an advancement here on public schools. Oh, we're getting so much from these guys. Let's take a look at our power block. We have an available mandate. Whoops. We definitely want to go militarized industry. This is the last piece of the puzzle here. And we only need one more mandate for the minus 15% milligoods cost, after which we will be able to have minus 100% milligoods cost. What are you... Is this Thassa, whatever, yeah. So I think we would actually want to negotiate. War goals. Liberate country. Liberate this big-ass country here. Lacertian League. It's not an available option. It's not an available option. I think that's, oh, it's there. Wait, can we lib countries from them? Nicoliax is way bigger. Okay, maybe we do that. And with the sheer massive size here, they're somewhat likely to back down, but if they don't, we can make something work. We also do have a couple of fronts, and I think what we'll do is we'll look just to gum up these fronts. We're not going to look to actually push these fronts, but by putting troops there, we are hoping that they put troops there, and if they put troops there, we'll be in good shape. Because then we'll be able to land them easier. So. And we'll probably try and land. Actually, we'll probably need to cut this in half. Or just land with 250 stacks if we don't want to reorient what we're doing. We completed the path to liberalism. Everyone remembers the great liberal activity of annexing your neighbors. We can make our reformer more popular. To make our reformer radical. Or we can make our republican... Yeah, we're just going to make this guy more popular. Would love to see him just back down and just pop like a zit. Seems a little unlikely. Oop. Doing that to get that little extra sauce there. And we're going to tax porcelain as well. Could, of course, run quite a bit more construction here. Now, sorting by cost is not going to be effective for us because we have different buildings on different PMs for our construction sectors until we get floating castles or whatever. East Valoria is reformed. That's the new one. Yep. Why is Ravik so weak this game? Did you clown on him, Generals? Not at all. We actually helped him out. Ravik's pretty strong this game. Ravik, normally Arador and Demonia, or that in terms of what we've seen, normally they are ahead. Like, Arador's like pretty far behind where they normally are. I guess they're really popping off right now. They're about to get super big. But yeah, we see tons and tons of soldiers here. And what we're going to do is be a little bit naughty. How many strategic regions do we have? That's not just one strategic region. However many days it'll take, we'll do the thing. I'm hoping that this strategic region's not just one strategic region. We really don't want this to push out because we like them not having enough troops over here. Looks like they're moving almost their entire army to defend against the landing. To go off somewhere else. Okay, okay. Well, that's where the capital's at. I mean, we could land with these guys. Let's actually cancel this landing with the smaller army. Smaller navy. Let's look to land the capital with our massive stack. Let's look to land right here with our 50 stack. Actually, let's look to land right here with our 50 stack. Hopefully we can knock these guys out relatively quick. We have 4 admirals to get through, but we have 2 admirals ourselves, so... I think we'd kind of rather not pop a rev right now, so we'll choose that one. Don't really want the negative throughput here. We have plenty of enactment chance already. So we do have 2 of these. We're already fighting 2 naval battles. We're already churning through a little bit. We do have to get through a 30 stack, but we see this huge army coming back, so we will probably abort this mission to land here. I think we'll still have a go at their navy, though. Yeah. Well, no, the landing's coming in. Let's cancel this. And let's look to land the 100 stack elsewhere. Let's do some of that. And let's see how they can do moving their guys around. We're also landing over here. I think that the only... We'll see who all is defending or who counts as defending, if this 18 stack or just this 6 stack counts. Well, we can see here, looks like it's maybe just the 6 stack. And we don't have any landings coming in on us. We do want to make sure we keep an eye on that. But our very fat stack is getting in. Alright, let's make sure that these guys are, yeah, mostly pushing. Or, well, what we can do is we can add some rapid advancers onto their squad. And they will borrow. More than happy to pillage these guys too. They will borrow troops. And then now we have this army, which we will try and land on top of their capital. Which, if they want to deal with... They can pick what they want to deal with, I guess. But the point is we're already in, so... Take a little bit more radicalism. I think we're going to maybe try and go for multiculturalism next. I think that the movement's gotten really strong for it. Or the various movements for it have gotten very strong. Yeah, we have a 50% chance now to enact multiculturalism, not a lot of setback chance, so I think that we can go for that. Steel tools getting a little bit of a bump here. We can probably only swap up one of these PMs, but let's double check and make sure all of our rubber mastication is auto-expanding, which I don't think it is quite yet. Oops, definitely want exorcists. Yikes. Definitely want the exorcists. I think rubber's above, yeah, they're above. Let's do some of that. These guys had the wrong direction. I guess we'll put these guys down here. We could use a defensive strategist, adamant defense. Put them on over there. And if they want to defend with this 90 stack and keep this 90 stack parked here, we're more than happy to let them do that. Well, I guess we should evade a little bit. I wonder if this 90 stack intercepts, but looks like they're trying to move their stacks to deal with us, but it's not gonna be, it's gonna be too slow. Popular playwright. And this is catching basically no army. Or wait, why are they, okay, 50 stack versus 50 stack, I suppose we're okay with that. We can't get in over there, apparently. Our armies are a little slow to get onto these fronts. Maybe the game's just kind of going slow at this point. It's kind of what it is. "7 months away from minus 100% mill goods cost." What does the Veil Integrity do? It wakes the old gods. It makes it so that there are more negative magical events, which are represented currently in the game through harvest conditions, that are more of these like negative harvest conditions. So stuff like death hounds reaping the area, and you deal with these to some extent through adventurer coverage. Which you do by getting questing offices. Unfortunately, you can't sort by it, but we will add a little bit more adventurers. And if you have negative adventurer coverage, it gives you minus SOL, which is pretty significant, so do want to be avoiding that. Yeah, this is gonna work out pretty well once these guys get in. We are on 2 of this, so we would like to oh, they're a subject of ours. We would like to, but we won't. I guess annexing one of our subjects might make sense. I think we'll just go after these guys. I think that's kind of the more straightforward adjustment we can make. They're pretty small. No one helps them out. 7 infamy. Not too big a deal. We'll move one of these like 20 stacks on over to deal with it. Ugh. You know what adjustment we could make here? Or maybe it's faster to do it here. I think that we would prefer these guys to be on engines and move a little bit faster. Especially because soon we won't even have to pay for them at all. Let's come in here. Now, we don't mind the moderate, and we're just going to promote him all the way, so our armed forces get a little bit stronger here. Democrat, we don't mind either. Get the wee-woos outside, calling an ambulance, but not for us. That was fairly responsive. I think maybe let's take a look at our generals and admirals. Moderate, don't mind those. Moderate, don't mind those. Royalist, mind those, but he's grifter, so he's not going to become very popular. Royalist, popular. We could retire him. We'll just leave him kind of where he is. Traditionalist, yuck. Not too popular, so we're probably okay shape. We're not going to promote him. And now we're kind of at the end of the moderates. We might have enough clout on them already, but we'll just kind of take a look. Moderate, not a problem. It's not like the best for us, but it's also not a problem. And we're going to be rolling just generally kind of a lot more moderates, so... Royalist, definitely a problem. This guy's also really popular, so we'll do that. Which might give us enough minus approval that it'll be a problem, but... No, we still have approval. Now we're up to 17 clout. So let's kind of take a look if we have more slots here. We do have more slots. Adamant defense for the defensive army. Big nice. Moderate. We can promote him all the way. Moderate. Perfect. Moderate. Just what we were looking for. Not just what we were looking for, but this is like all we can roll on these guys. They might not even be influenced by another thing, so they might be like stuck in on moderate rolls only. Kind of cute. So we haven't seen literally anything but a moderate. Alright, we're almost there. I think that, nope, that's not, well, yep, there we go. Ayo! That's minus 30% mill goods cost. So now we're down to minus 85% mill goods cost, so we take a look at our mill goods cost. This should collapse in just a second. And then I think that we're almost there. The fires of industry will burn under the goblin. So we're at... We are no longer receiving... military assistance. Ravik has a 55% chance of doing it. We can owe them an obligation. Bring it up to 81%. Why don't we just do Arador? And they have a really high chance of just giving it to us. Perfect. So now, we're up to minus 85% cost. So when this comes in, we will be there for the minus 100% mill goods cost. But let's take a look at the military goods now. Goods for military buildings. Oh, down to 45k. We have public schools now, which is going to dramatically increase our literacy because those give more per level. But I think what we do now is we go for multiculturalism. It's almost enough to make the PB really upset, but the PB is not like a critical part of us maintaining legitimacy now anymore. So let's go for it here. Which is also going to make this rev go away. At this point, we probably actually want to stay fully mobilized for like forever. Considering we have minus 85% mill goods cost. Goblins can't read a map. Goblins don't need a map. The southern islands have a lot of oil and rubber down here. I will keep that in mind. We're currently colonizing where we can on them, but... We'll go up to what will be a future economies of scale here. But, God. It's kind of tempting for us to... Ooh, we are not spreading this? Why don't we research shift work then instead? I was going to say it's kind of tempting for us to get shift work. We will actively research shift work here. To help with some of this, because we have high enough population that this is a bit of a vibe. Why don't we also start kind of pushing, to some extent, EOS? It's a weird spot for us to push it here, but... Just get the tools to EOS here. It's gonna downstream work out for us. I guess we want to keep this here. Wow, do we really not have an advantage on this front? Why is that? I guess they got a ton more troops and we have stuff coming in. These guys are navally invading here. I don't know if this is getting in though. Doesn't look it. I mean, they have an 81 stack. We have an advantage here now though, again. So. And we have an ally. Oh, we're not even navally invading over here. I guess we're fine if they want to park 139 stack. It's going to let us colonize more if we have interest in regions where that matters. Looks like we don't. I think that we need more cloud silver as well for what we're eventually going to do. Let's do this and put it on auto expand. We could probably put one of these guys on offense, because that'll wipe those guys up pretty quick. We have a 71 on the stack here now. We'll move these guys over here. We don't want that front to collapse back there. And these guys will eventually come over here, we hope. If there's a reasonable type of thing. We could cancel this naval invasion. I don't think it's getting in, and I think they pull off the front. Yeah, or they pull off of defending here. And if they pull too much off of defending, which it looks like they are, then that means we can swoop back. Swoop, there it is, as they would say, as they would call it. And the AI is not as good about adjusting back on this. Yeah, we're more than happy to get a bunch of enactment chance here. Which with 36 to 42, we're probably getting in. Ah, the AI did it. I mean, we're going to win the first battle, but... Alright, well, I guess they didn't do it. So, we get this guy released here. Is that Ravik getting a treaty port? No, it's not. We do want to get this kind of next opportunity we can. Goods for military buildings, only spending 40k here for our fully mobilized army of like 500 or 300 stacks. How much are we spending on military wages? Military wages is 2.5 times. Swooping is good in this case. Yeah, it's not good if you're in Australia. You don't want to get swooped in Australia. That is a thing that you do not want. The preference is to not be swooped. Real Australians will know what I'm talking about. We have to find another war so we stay at war. This is very cute. Really not a lot of population in its entirety up here. These guys are unrecognized. Are there a lot of good resources up here? We're not really sure. One problem is they don't have enough arable land to pull mass migrations in all these. Only a few of these actually rather have enough arable land. So like even if they have really good resources, it's really hard to capitalize on them. I think we're trying to improve relations with them. No, we're not. Let's start. Let's do some of that. Let's do that, and then these guys... We'll just keep fully mobilized at home, because I think that that's actually better for our economy than standing them down. It certainly will be once we get in 5 weeks. Once we get minus 100% military goods cost. If I got to choose, it was a Dragon Age reference, Kappa. There's no real Australia. Uh-oh. You split them down the middle, it's gotta be a pain. It do be a pain. There's a, I think it's magpies. Yeah, we're definitely not going to upset the armed forces at any point. Oh no. Not the minus research speed. Super cool that the modifier we care about is in this bracket. We're going to lower this just a tad because we do want to be over 50 legitimacy. And I think we can actually afford it because this is how quickly this is gaining. We're actually really not losing a lot of money right now. You know why? Because our economy is so stimmied up from this freaking mill goods. Military statistics. Luxurious supplies. Don't mind if we do. Oh, upgrade all units, obviously. But this will increase how much is getting building blubber out. But wait, what the hell? But don't mind if we do, dogs. Don't mind if we do it all. The buy orders aren't real. They can hurt you. That's basically what's going on here. I think that, yeah, this is just a nothing burger size stack. But if it ever becomes bigger, at least it'll have decent PMs. Stimmying up the economy, everyone. Let's see if it jumps on the Monday, just from us doing luxurious supplies. Doesn't look like it. Oh, it did look like it. Look at that. Just a 1% pop-up right here. And then... Did we do it? Did we do it, team? Do we get to watch the goods for military buildings? Look, it comes up to 60K. Oh no, it's so expensive. Watch it drop to 0. 0 military goods cost, baby. Woo! This is fantastic. We're gonna screenshot this ish. Put this in the Discord real quick, right quick. Oh baby, mission accomplished. Military goods aren't real, they can't hurt you. Let's just mobilize all our armies, because it costs us 0 to mobilize anything. I think it costs 0. I'm actually not 100% sure that military wages don't increase when you're mobilized. But we're certainly paying nothing in military goods. Time for 10,000 battalions? No, we can't run 10,000 battalions. We can't run 10,000 battalions. We have to stay under the army power projection of Ravik. So whatever their army power projection is, or sorry, Arador? These guys are providing us with, to be fair, I think, well, it looks like conscripts get taken into account. So maybe we also get rid of all of our conscripts and then we add a whole bunch more military army. Okay. Oh, Kurt. I see you. Where are you guys from? What's your story? You're from here? Alright, cool. Cool. Tight. So, that's 15? Yeah. And then... 40, 50, 65, 85, 90, 95. We're keeping these all under 25 in case we need to go peasant levies to maintain minus 100% mill goods cost. We should also just put rail transport on everyone. The motor industries kind of suck nuts though, so maybe that's not even good. Woo! Ooh. Nice gobbo tactics. Definitely easier than Paradox games. It's somewhat easy to do well because the AI is like really weak. Fully understanding stuff is a little bit difficult, I think. Reactionary movement do be big. So we're just gonna add up to 50 in the capital. Maybe it's not gonna make so this will be 160. Then that'll be up to 100. That'll bring it up to 160 on each of these. We just have to make sure we're perma-ward. We will offer total separation, which means we can't slot them out. We gotta keep that in mind. Oh no. Not our economy. Did our economy just collapse? Look at our balance. It just collapsed because now we're not mobilized anymore. Oh, no, wait, no, we still are. We still are. We still are. Upgrade all units. Definitely. Let's reset there. Yep, no military goods. Ugh, yuck. A little bit of a bad event here. To be expected with 42%. Oh, wait, what happened to all our enactment chance? Wait, what the frick? Bruh. Dog. These guys were giving us so much more enactment chance. And now they're not. They're just like, nah, we're cool because you're trying to pass it. You're only cool because we're trying to pass it. Freaking morons. I think it's only one movement that's not allowed to get, what's called, gummed up in that way. We could bolster the anarchist movement. The thing is, literally the only law we like out of them is multiculturalism, but maybe this still makes sense. Oh. Wow, the reactionary movement recalced. I kind of hate this because, like, you make plans and you're, like, recruiting in certain areas and then, like, they recalc. What are you supposed to do? He's so angry. Maybe we can get a little bit of approval if we just increase this. We are already running low taxes, though, to pass this law faster, so... Already kind of paying them more money. God, we just lost like 40% enactment chance. Because the movements aren't upset anymore. I think that's like an oversight. Or maybe they lost relevancy? I think the anarchist movement's gonna suck other than passing multiculturalism. We have to make sure that somehow we stay at war. We're getting closer to being able to do another card. Fantastic if we can get that, get these guys out of the -10 bracket. Yeah, they're still upset, though. These guys are just joining because they're upset. I guess we don't have a problem fighting ULOG authority now. Well, other than it takes us like infinite convoys to get there. Don't want to go over 16 either. I think we'll just join this just so we could stay at war. What is this? Ban slavery. Let's do that. They're like, no, not again. We have to stay at war anyways, or we kind of want that to decay down. Does this game have a tutorial? We have a lot of tutorial videos. Yeah. Is it frowned upon to watch this stream naked? Absolutely not. Why don't you build more military? Why do you not build more military than the other countries? Did I miss something? Well, we do have to. So currently, to get minus 100% military goods cost, there's two ways for us to get the last 10%. One of them is us getting, which we are currently getting, from someone else, getting, what is it, military assistance. So we're currently getting military assistance. In order to be eligible for military assistance, you have to have less army power projection. And so we're getting military assistance from Ardor. If we expand the military too much, we won't be able to do that anymore. But we are expanding it quite a bit right now. It's just, we do have to keep that in mind as like a relevant thing. But I don't think it counts Navy. So the plan is kind of to super stimmy the economy through Navy. Like, this is what we're doing next. And just build, like, infinite boats. Why are you trying to push multiculturalism, your goblins? So we can subjugate other people with the power block mechanic, because we can't subjugate these guys. Because primary culture, low acceptance. We're not pillaging other races. This is a military-industrial complex. How will we feed our military goods to them if they are not our allies? Clearly you misunderstand, good sir. Yeah, this activism's 100, though. I kind of don't want to fight this rev. I mean, I think we can beat it, but it's kind of a little bit rough. I mean, we don't want to do it and fight these guys at the same time, I suppose. Wow. Our guys are taking the long way around. Is this real life? Dog. Why are you taking the long way? Huh. 15 days, you say? Landing on their capital, you say? Don't mind if you do. I do, I say. We don't really care if the slavery ends up getting banned over there, so... Don't really care. Hey! We'll say yes. Do we have the legendary minus 110% military goods cost? Definitely gotta screenshot this, baby. Do we run positive? No, we don't. Whoa, I don't think we want to be subsidizing some of that other stuff. The hell? The iron and the steel. But yeah, we're not getting positive value. That'd be hilarious. We're getting paid to make guns. Movement's getting placated from trying to pass a law, making it hard to pass the law in question is dumb. Yeah. Which is like 100% what we're experiencing. In fact, I just think that we like can't do it here, actually. Insipid nonsense. Yeah. It'd be easier to go total separation. We gotta wait for, I think, some of this stuff to reset for our predictions to look correct. Secession from the anarchist movement. Sound off. They don't have that much relevancy here. PB getting happy again is nice. We can upgrade our institutions now if we want. I think we're going to upgrade this and look to get another Arcana slot actually before we go this. Well, looks like they're organizing a little bit of a defense. Let's try landing back here. Wow, it's so nice to have full access to your entire army and not really caring that it's like fully mobilized. Because you're not worried about wasting anything because you have minus 100% millions. We're just a liberal generalist, clearly the means of production. I only manage to pass multiculturalism when I run a ton of loyalists with SOL in your runs. Yeah. I mean, we could if we wanted to force a rev. We kind of don't want to force a rev here is one of the issues. Like, fundamental. I think we will decline mutual investment here. I mean, we could go some half-baked, like, cultural exclusion here. Maybe that's good enough for what we want to do. The problem is it's easier to go from national supremacy to multiculturalism than it is the other, like, kind of stuff. Plutocracy. Intriguing. I mean, we're never going off of monarchy while we still have this guy, but this guy's probably gonna die soon. Because that guy's cautious. We like the cautious boys. Cautious be our favorites. Cautious be thy name. I guess we don't quite need this anymore. God, that's so... Because we have so much extra bureaucracy. And it might just happen to not spread to us. Cloud Castles is about to finish here. So we're gonna need a bunch of Nimbium in there. Kind of inclined to help Eridor out. Or ally got enforced on, not like this. I just realized what happened. I thought we had just won the war. Haha. I mean... just add 80, heavy ships. Not a big deal. Just some 80 heavies. Unfortunately, we're just going to keep losing, I think, here. Let's have a little bit of a rethink. Now we start getting the national movements again. Wanting us to go multiculturalism. God. So... I think we need a bunch of Nimbium factories before we can swap that. That requires Nimbium, yes. Oh, I see. Let's try and see if we can land up there with a 50 stack. Kind of keeping an eye on this. We're really hoping they move that. I think that we just want to... not actually enforce over here. We just want to actually maintain a defensive advantage, because we want them to move their army off. But it looks like we'll get a landing in here on them. See our military goods. You love to see it. We're now #1 after adding a ton of military. Getting a hegemon. We can also increase taxes a little bit. Because this national movement, it's like fully insurrectionary. Let's see what our enactment chance on multiculturalism would be now. It'd be 22% from the movements instead of like 0% from the movements. It's like we get communist potential. Are we getting in here? We are getting in here pretty handedly. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to land with our 200 stack and see if we meet any resistance here. If we meet resistance, we won't just like meat grind them down. We see two of our rivals fighting. Love to see it. Remember the Intelligentsia petition? That's right. Total separation. I guess we could go for it. Gonna make the Devout real pissed. But that'll just compete with our other, like, Rev movement. This, like, is already almost 100% anyways, so... We liberated Malali. Or as I like to say, Malady. Looks like they don't need our assistance, so we'll just keep everyone at home. I think we're just gonna side with Ravik so that we stay inside of a war. Because of course we are receiving minus 100% mill goods cost. What are even the buy orders? Look at this. 4.6k worth of buy orders. Just all free money. Or limited migration. Think of the Whittle goblins. Can't let the Humies and the knife eaters take our jobs. Fist of the future monarchy. Yeah, dog. This we set this up when we were at Theocracy. I don't remember adding another 100. Oh wait, no, yeah, we went up to 320 battalions because we wanted to never ever be able to actually use those guys. Work in progress garrison. That's my favorite garrison. We're not gonna eat -5. We cannot actually make the armed forces upset ever in the history of ever, because then we'll just get slapped with a huge military goods cost. We cannot ever, 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 ever do that. Nimbium's about to finish though, so we're about to really just add a whole bunch of construction. Like, we're running way too positive a balance here, but that's going to be okay. I think we are going to, as those come in, swap up, and then we're going to swap up the iron frame buildings that are using some amount of cloud silver to the other thing. So, I think Nimbium uses cloud silver as an input. Yeah, so cloud silver and lead. Interesting. I think we have a place that has lead, so maybe you can make Nimbium as well, effectively. Which incidentally makes the lead a little bit better on the construction kind of train. I think we don't have a truce with these guys. Or sorry, I think we do, rather. 17 months left, yeah. You hate to see it. What do we get next here? We actually don't give a shit about supply route cost. That's hilarious. We like 100% don't care. Oh no, wait, no, it affects convoys. We do care. We might do that next then. We'd like for 16 infamy annex those guys. I think we'd rather try and annex like these guys or something. Not a lot of pop though. It's just like cleaning up the map. That doesn't sound xenophobic at all. We could look to fight Varia. See what our return state CBs look like. We don't have any. Rip. Let's do some of that. We could annex those guys. It'll make all of our subjects upset, but then we could start annexing subjects. if we wanted to play that way. I think I like subjugating that guy, though. Because these guys are next to Varia, or they're very close to Varia, so we would love to have an adjacency with someone next to Varia. Population's probably too big though, eh? Alright, the Nimbium does finish, so we're gonna turn on the Stabilized Levitation, which is gonna do it on roughly half of our construction sectors. We, of course, run a shortage. He's used way too much. Let's do that. And let's send a small little army to deal with that. We just have to make sure our really big army is just staying at home, which it is. Or our big-ish armies. So we don't want to pay the convoys, but the mobilization is free. If it's free, it's from me. Let's take a look where Nimbium manufacturers would be the most profitable. And build a couple in those spots. How do we exploit minus 100% milligoods cost reduction? We're going to build like infinite ships. So currently we're researching a little bit of some other stuff before we go there. We actually probably don't need that one. But what we're going to look to do is we're going to look to get like ironclad and we actually, so the torpedo boats have a better buy profile, but we actually kind of don't care about the buy profile anymore. No, torpedo boats still have a better buy profile, but we're probably going to go like into scout cruisers are a little far off, but we're going to build a bunch of ships because if we build too much land military to stimulate the economy, then that won't work out for us the way we want it to. Let's swap this up. So now we have some stuff using Nimbium and some not. The Nimbium is now consuming the Cloud Silver. But like, just an enormous segment of our economy, like the goods we actually would have to calculate the military goods, like costs that are getting paid out or that are getting consumed, but we have so much stuff that's getting consumed in military goods, like, that we just don't have to pay for. So like we have like sell orders for food industries, right? And then we have buy orders. Of the buy orders, like 5% is going to be the barracks, right? And then we have, let's take a look at like opium or something like that, which for us is like Kimsal or whatever. We have pop means, around 10% of the, or sorry, close to 5% is going to be the barracks. Obviously, for the military goods themselves, like 100% of the cost is going to be barracks. But here we see maybe 2-3%. But all of this is just free money modifier, juicing up our economy, because we have stacked the modifier. But this is 100% free. Absolutely free. We're also running trade routes for exporting military goods as well, which is going to be pulling up the price or helping to pull up the price. And we don't care if the price is high because we don't actually pay anything for these goods. So yeah, we'll do that one. I think we're gonna wrap up soon, though. Yeah, because we have some other stuff we need to do today. We have a doctor's appointment. There's one colony. The other one's down here? Yeah. Hmm. 3.7 million, but the auto queue doesn't want to drain it. Well, it do be like that sometimes. So, I think we know we need more Nimbium, though. Pretty obviously, so we're just gonna hit EOS on it here, and then add some railways. And that should be enough to keep us going. And also hopefully swap up the other Nimbium. Let's take a look here. This is the place that we're trying to juice up. I didn't realize that it had oil, but it having oil is going to be nice. But we could also push up the Nimbium here as well. And that's probably excessive, and we probably don't have enough cloud silver to support this, so why don't we increase the cloud silver as well. It says it's not profitable, but that's just for now. And we're subjugating them. Economy is going through the roof. I wish I... Oh, okay. Perfect. I was about to say, I wish I knew how much the military goods cost, how much we're saving on this. We are getting a 70k military goods cost, and that is, I think, with us on currently. Let's take a look. So I think that we're getting an injection of 600,000, or roughly speaking. So if we're paying 70k, and this is 10%, right? Then this means that 630,000 we are receiving in free money. So let's take a look at what our situation is in regards to... Yeah, we're currently minus 90% milligoods cost. So that means that our balance would be minus $1 million. So that means we're juicing the economy with 630k worth of free money, which is an insane number. Because, like, relative to our revenue, that's a third, right? Or I guess relative to our expenses, including construction, what is that? It's like 25% just free juice. That's so much free juice on the economy. It's an insane number. Let's see if we can get... we might have built our military too big, making us ineligible for... what's it called? Ravik decided to downsize their military. Okay, we just barely, like, binked being ineligible. Eridor was only eligible because they were mobilized on their conscripts, I guess. So I think we can't nuke the conscripts. We actually can't decrease the size of our military. But this is what we were saying, where we needed to not go so big. We went too big. Now we need to get rid of this movement somehow so we can delete military. So we can have less military power projection, unless... that only decreases the prestige. We want to decrease the power projection itself. I mean, us paying 70k is really not that bad. So, and it is nice because it lets us know exactly like how much free money we're making. But it's gonna go through the absolute roof once we like completely expand out the navy. Oh, we have more capital ships than we do frigates. I guess that's fine. We'll move over 40 frigates from here to the big army, I think. Or maybe we'll just make more frigates here. Actually, maybe we don't give a shit. If our balance is off, we probably don't care. We're gonna have like too big a navy for them to do anything about it anyways. Yeah, we probably just don't care, actually. Yuck, traditionalist. Yuck. Alright. Moderate we can abide by. Oh, we forgot we had increased wages a little bit. Get those back down. Now we should have the Nimbium not quite, it shouldn't be finished yet, but we will not provide military assistance for anyone that would collapse our economy. I really wish we could delete down military. I think we could turn down PMs, and that would achieve what we want. Can't do anything against those guys. These guys finally demarginalize. Can't legitimately make a company, or not a company, we could slide in the devout? Hell yeah, brother. Even though we're going total separation right now. That's just so much free money. That's like such an insane number. All the military goods. Cleaning up the map isn't xenophobic, it's inclusive. I like the way you think. This game is very unrealistic. You can't even be a post-revolutionary communist. Even Lillian from BPM said that they only gonna make post-revolutionary socialism in 2026. Uh-oh. Charles, how do you pull out of your driveway? I mean, you must live in the middle of a highway, so it must be quite hard to join traffic. Yeah, so this is the rub. What you have to do is you have to like burn out inside of the garage, and then you just you look both ways, and then you can't see anything because you're inside of a garage, and then you just grip it and rip it. Yeah. And you just pray. Yep. That's how you get out. Can't see anything. Doesn't matter. You just trust. You trust in the process. And if you get smashed by a car, you know, on the Daytona, you get smashed by the car. That's how it is. There's no rewards without risk. Okay. You just grip it. And you rip it. Do we have some tech coming up that's pretty... That's going to be a big one. That is going to influence us. In fact, I think that we can actually just go super aggressive on the government admins now. But the government admins make us want to finish shift work. Okay, we'll finish shift work. we're currently embargoing someone and we would rather not be, but we embargoed them for like approval reasons. Like at this point. I think we can eat a -3. It kind of sucks because it's going to increase our stall chance, but because they're going to get unhappy. But it also increases our enactment chance by a pretty good amount rather than decreasing our enactment chance, so I think the trade-off's worth it. Our Nimbium, I think, is about to finish, so we're going to swap everything up to the stabilized things, which just adds a very small amount. Where are you guys at? What's your story? Bruh. You're just asking to join up, eh? Sure, I guess. Do have to make sure that we are... Oh, this is an opportunity for us. An opportunity and a half. We can go to subjugate them while they're revving. And it looks like they eventually beat the revolts. Basically free on the infamy. For 2 states. Maybe we're actually just supposed to annex them, but... Hell yeah. Get wrecked, idiot party. This will give us a lot more bureaucracy because we have 2 level 50s, but it'll also give us a lot more innovation, so it's going to help our NAT spread quite a bit. You get smashed by the car, the truth will hurt. Yeah, the car is the truth. I think we're actually... so supply route is the amount of convoys, right? Yeah. I think we're actually supposed to wait. I think construction 1 is better than, like, research 1. But I think maybe once we get another mandate, we go research 2 and then research 3, swapping out construction. Kind of a weird vibe, but a war of progress. Choose the one that gives us more. What's NAT spreading to us over here? Thrashing machines, that's freaking useless for us. Actually, the Wishstone network thing is kind of useful though. Ironclad. Ironclad is NAT spreading to us now, which is perfect. Ethereal Mastery is not. So we'll go for that next. Forgot to put war reps for the 1,000,000th time. We're gonna come in and everything that's a mine, we're gonna put on auto expand, or everything that has a discrete number of the things they can have. So that if it's not using, oh no wait, we don't want to subsidize that. If it's not using arable land slots, we're just gonna put it on auto expand. The auto queue here. It's gonna be probably a little bit better. And the reason being is most of these are really good, and we also are starting to get to the point of an event horizon where we have like way too much construction to be able to micro as well as we ought to be able to. Really, we're just spineless cowards, is the truth. And the truth hurts. Also, it will set you free. Are we getting our company bonus yet, though? No, we're not. No. We're trying to export this stuff to increase the price, to make the business profitable. Not like this. Truly, we've entered the worst timeline where we're exporting cloth and tobacco. Come on, productivity go up, please. Goes up 0.1. Yeah, okay, bud. So watch this number just jack up when we finish this. Actually, let's pause, and we're going to show our innovation is already also 450 uncapped. So when we finish this next tick, this and our innovation are going to kind of explode up. So it's got to wait a tick. Saints Day. Now it's a Moon Day. Look at that. Plus like 1.4k. And then this goes from 450 to 480. That's not quite as much as I would have anticipated it going up. I would have thought it would go up a little bit more. But this one really gets up quite a bit here. So we're going to have a lot of... Or that is the way in which we are going to be able to max out the thing. Also go for an observatory. Oh, that's right. A lot of our innovation's coming from these observatories. And the observatories aren't really benefiting from the increased cap on EOS, which makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. We'll hit this to cap, and we'll hit this to cap. Just because we're looking to really kind of rank that up quite a bit. Make it so we can tax better. And we can tax better while juicing the shit out of our economy with the military goods. It's them versus their native uprising. We could get a trade agreement with them, I guess. We don't mind being inside of a war. We'll fight anyone, really, truly, to be honest. Just as long as we can keep everything mobilized. Total separation's looking really good. Social Democratic Party crushes. Wow. Fortunately, these managed to stay over kind of a percent that is important. I guess let's stop bolstering this anarchist movement. Do we have a better movement? Socialist movement, I think, doesn't support multiculturalism, unfortunately. They're really upset, though. So if we grew them... we just want, like, a movement that supports multiculturalism that's, like, a more stable movement that isn't an individual nationalistic movement. The radical movement's not that radical. We're looking for guys that can start a movement that would be useful to us. Maybe we just, like, have to live with, like, with going cultural exclusion instead of multiculturalism. Something like this. The idea of shift work or government administration and university is kind of funny. Yeah, it's possible those actually just shouldn't benefit from economies of scale. I wouldn't hate that as an adjustment. Hey, I'm sorry, you probably get this all the time, but how would you rank this mod versus unmodded? Just completely different. It's really hard to, like, kind of do that sort of comparison. I probably enjoy playing this mod more right now, but I've also played... The amount of hours I've played on vanilla is extremely large. So, like, I don't know if that's quite fair. We're doing the full shebang in those two spots, but let's do promote social mobility here. I'm a little leery about doing encourage manufacturing, but maybe encourage manufacturing here is going to be good enough. There's, like, the thing is there's 10% of our populations here. Alternatively, We have a really like large amount of our population there too. Maybe we just do a little bit more social mobility in a couple spots. With we need at least a hundy. We need at least a hundy. And then this also gives us a little bit of stuff we can do. I think that this mod allows for a little bit more specialization and playing like differently than meta. So I think once you've like already kind of nailed down like what meta looks like and you feel like you're doing the same run over and over and over again, then this mod is pretty good. But if you're like more of a beginner player, this type of thing, the like I think that this mod adds a ton of different types of buildings, which in some sense is a little bit obtuse. And with a ton of different PMs, and it's a little bit all over the place. I do like the flavor too, though, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to overall rate that. I think that we'll support these guys unconditionally, which is going to incidentally reset any type of attitude that's negative, but also we want to stay at war. 11 weeks till we get that. Ravik has less than 2,300. 2,300 is what we have. What does Ravik have? I thought Ravik had more than 2,300. Yeah, they're a little bit behind now. Oh, we added too much military. We flew too close to the sun. Now we can't delete it because we have political movements or separatist movements or whatever. Somehow we're making money? Do some of that. I don't know why we're holding alt here to put it at the front of the queue, considering it's going to be worked on anyways. Let's add a little bit of clouds over here. I think we've swapped up all the PMs. Yeah, we are. So we're on this all maxed out and the other stuff all maxed out. Now we're at a ton of bureaucracy. Not to be confused with a Tintin bureaucracy. That won't help us that much, honestly. I don't even know if we have a lot of turmoil or radicals causing turmoil. I think we don't. So ranking of police is maybe not even that great. I think we're just gonna go for ethereal mastery. They must accept their lots almost always better. Yeah, but this mod is just easy at Vic 3 because the AI is not very good. This mod's probably easier than vanilla. Because the overall power level in this mod is a lot more flat, right? And when you have like a flat power level, what ends up happening is that it's easy to become super strong earlier. Like, Great Britain will be ahead of you for a lot longer in vanilla than like Demonian Empire will be. Wishstone Mines and Deposits. Is this just a labor-saving PM? No, that actually produces more stuff. Wishstone Mines and others stuff. Okay. Wonder what's natural spreading now. Rotary valve engine, which isn't going to be very good for us, but it does have... We always have to check the PM and see if it's got, like, new stuff. Not really. We did want to make sure that we got ranking up on that, but I think we're going to call it here. This episode, I'm not sure if we'll have another episode because we kind of accomplished the mission. We kind of mission accomplished here. Although we could do another one just to like really push it because we haven't gotten the Navy up and running, and so we haven't gotten to like really push the consequences of having minus 90% mill goods cost. And I think where you really want to, and we could go peasant levies as well. We could go peasant levies, and then we're not going to be dependent on getting, the military assistance, which we currently would need to get military assistance in order to get to minus 100. But our economy is currently being stymied by like 63k or 630k for free. So like 25% of the government stimulation of the economy is 100% free for us currently, which is like kind of an insane like figure. So, you know, yeah, we're just, so many things are getting paid for, and like this is going to get really, really vertical once we actually start unlocking some of the better techs and this type of stuff, because we don't even have like some of the later stuff like compression ignition and like some of the oil stuff like when you start really popping off, and it'll be really insane once we get there, I suppose. Let's see if we can find someone we want to raid, though. Oh, Tarkus is playing our character for the mega campaign, so maybe let's raid him. That's perfect. He's playing at CK, though. So we will link that to the YouTubes. That way you guys can check it out. And then we will need to copy and paste Tarkus's name for the raid, because, of course, it's impossible to do that many Arcusars. Everyone knows that's too many Arcusars. But we did a mega campaign, like, kind of multiplayer thing, where 5 Vicky 3 players went in, 1 Vicky player came out, except it was in CK, so... yeah, and it was just me being sleepy. Anyways, so let's do the raid, and we will say au revoir to the YouTubers as well. Bye-bye now, everyone.